Asiabo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya Sa, Kwasi Abwaagye, Onye Yimu, Nukretrodo, Kamadine Kamadine Nitafe, Mayentie, Kwasi Abwaagye 100.9. Kwasi Bonkwe.
Kasma be nso bi na eye no nsia bo mi mamu ache na yesen hia ene ya wada February that to so ye nkno need 100.9 Ghana Montie Surie. All right, so we are about checking stories trending on the various news online portals. If you're my bed, Jane Sema, you should go. Before we join the news feed at exactly 6 this morning, right here, need 100.9. I'm fast like I say from my peacefmonline.com. Other media online portals. Na Monche yen semno. Nieche go. Debt exchange. That's over 31 billion Ghana cedis bonds to be restructured. That will mature this year. 31.31 billion Ghana cedis. That's the total value of Ghana government. That GOG bonds that will mature in 2023. But all of which the government is hoping to enroll on the domestic debt exchange program. Abai bonsa and Kayasi Afia 2023 say na enyini na ebra so se bia mfaso bia se ebo so bia no. But Abai ntimi ntua se iska no enti ni nyina wo de kwa kwose domestic debt exchange program no mo. We will not allow the judiciary to be used to intimidate a black man from carrying out a mandate. Minority, Domkuma no more kind of saying. The minority in parliament says they will strongly oppose any attempt by, quote-unquote, undemocratic elements to use the judiciary to prevent them from carrying out their mandate. Now, any such attempt will be opposed fiercely, they said, insisting their duties enshrined in the Constitution will be performed to the letter. Now, in a press release issued by the minority leader, Dr. Kesela Toforsin on Wednesday, February 8, the NDC MP said they will be non-negotiable. That will certainly. Jam Kuma, woman say woman who say, yeah, woman, Honorable Kujeta Black Quarters, Aquas, one person use judiciary, nobody who know. And ya dio bibet me hunu bia wo madwuma wo mo be yo madwuma sene ya sene ya sene fata enti obia ntimi hunu obia anya obia don kuma no mo kan say AG form you no machio Attorney General and Auditor General. So AG Attorney General asked Auditor General to unpublish premature COVID-19 audit report. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice Godfrey Adami has protested what he says is a premature publication of the report or the special audit on the government's COVID-19 transactions by the Auditor General. He has consequently asked the Auditor General to unpublish the report pending the fulfillment of constitutional injunctions leading to the ultimate publication, including submitting the report first to Parliament. So Attorney General no catch Auditor General say, Nancy answer report to the betu job about COVID-19. I say report to the crank, so they call my AM Rashebeja for Nansana. Na Uswadi ya Adi Crabra to say so be you report here, Piako is a report TDP. Entinia Attorney General catcher Auditor General no. Mammy fancy here now to see yes some more. I no pay baby papa near go what the various news online portals kakra me de bremo no. We have some few minutes to look at the front pages of the newspapers today.
And some ko chuko bata esum se don't twa nudumaja esum Ghana muntie adwumadie so eye neat
100.9 ya no adwumadie so Ghana muntie so ni mame ene monche de bonkrata no ensem no kakra Daily Graphic de bonkrata no was say downsize government cut cost Pentecostal and Charismatic Council asofwe wo makeka ho ene o mo ka kira aban say hey o ma pani aban no wa aban no sododo enti teso the ministers ni so teso na teso ebeboa na cost nso no etimi aba fom na wo Daily Graphic de bokrata na ni mo honum sia mfoni bi da honum sei sa edan tin bi mo amafa la ekwan no so okọ nungwa tashi nungwa before abedu la palm ne bon se abrunsan tin bi so $85 million project abandoned for 12 years due to funding and litigation. Yes, man so twin any sika ho asемti na sa dan no si o sa dan tin na we hu se si ekwan no nchen honum si no yes man so twin any sika sem. Daily Graphic ni oka no Daily Statement or see NDC has evil plan for 2024. MPP wants justice against youth organizer. Na se mu abeka ya eni bi e ba beto dwa akovara ni nyina fa NDC yes youth organizer se bi ode to dwa a wo kasa na monchi omumrom no omkom no ne eka ho MPP amanyoko no enra ye nsentwefo nhie mu e de nsem de atodwa ora Richard Ahiagba a wo MPP communication director ni foni da honum sia yes utimi si wa charge pa wo se NDC for de omo ye mambofo adwinmone kwa na ahye omutirimu 2024 yi yon pese omo ye bia no ebebo omutiri so I no Richard Ahiagba ni foni da honum sia nsema MPP for air canon. Now the Ghanaian Times the Bokrata no say and investing in African mining in Daba. At investing in African mining in Daba. Make Ghana your investment destination. Jinapo to foreign investors in mining. Just say Ura Jinapo. Bonuna ye minister for natural resources. No can say Ghana hanem say mumfo wenichi anam mumfo musika man meshe mine ye dwume no mu. Are you still missing after Turkey earthquake? Christian Achu ni foni da hanum say still ye hu no. Yanko ji no sia kase ebo ekire ba de bon krata no sem ye bebie mu yi pa. Heat 100.9 no sia.
Bono sia peace 104.3 FM Sunni. Omaima ye mamwache. Anope kasebo ayensa kan ye de bremu yi. Na kasebo fi Peace FM so a assign nam okay 101.7 Afenit FM 100.9 ye nyina ye wo ship house abeka junction enkran na hello 101.5 FM enu so kumase wo mo achi radio stations bebre agi kasebo yi de pete e wo Ghana eni abrochire aman so ensem nyina wo peacefmonline.com na no pa kasebo ye de bremu mu nsem a edi akotene bi no eni say
Openia wadadom kumana no ewo Ghana mrashebedwe fedi atudwa se esa ban ehunsa nwumakobu ho a yegya etoje efiri wo nchen
Oswafo abedi echi ohwe nsuomu nam ehonsam so akasa tia kwammone a afarefo bi efa so
Openia oye kasamafo ma osun kokroko amanyoko so di atudwa se Ghana fo nhweye ewo NDC amanyoko ni nsam omo kan na amanyoko wei yemfie ni ntom so
mrashe bedwani ohwe dwomro akasa se atentri ne die obebo aboso no wapre
Ghana Premier League ni gusu a ekoso babi obi agina ene die ehihwa ba no yede betumanim
wei ani nsem bi ni akabo ma no pɛ yi a yede ebedan mo se kasebo na nwumaku a omadaro ma waso yasene no ma yentie omudin
enwumaku no eye Suzy Eba Center yanom sa adwumakuo we na eboa man yade wa adokuru nipa sa dokumwa watu asiese hon me nipa ho atono eye CB men capsules and CB women capsules se wunya bi buba oh my god o ja brofumpe ebe yi nyoma de fu nipa duem papa na ho beto se from adwo na de wo mu nie ɛyɛ CB men capsules ne women capsules na adwuma saa no ɛwɔ 90 die ɛyɛ CB soap oyiwa JA Binding Company Limited TCB number nansa CB number is 0247 111671 and 0246 578750 share ora Jombani and Egasano one on what JA Binding Company Limited Yabagana ha and nay sabe atantandi where you washroom veranda so abrana so hall schools hotels FFM Beati say wine JA Binding Company Limited what they buy a yaba as I buy the aban show them buy and then answer no they remove a papa buying 20 that buying 20 no oh rather as man master the share so would they washroom water closet so or hall kitchen cabinet and can be a cake and form 1 year that the Tarazo Sunina may say buying 20 na me man na ka na me use bi yanum anje me twa mo na me ko use bi eh te ai branda so wine sa oh baby to mama wati na ade pa na ton ho 0243 104883 na wo tare twitwi form ne abra na so ne veranda ne ties so a iham 0541 808096 ade pa ene ade aba no Pendable about home, Debra. Now, ya dear friends, say, Coco, Teto, and Subri, who body pendable about for product TB. Now, near a don't pee away, mister, and any capsules to pay any issue. Was an apostle, a cheap bearman, a quenchi, a guinea say, we, baby, I told you, my friend, 0242 223 555. And my quenty, and some of the Bremen Muni, Yana Morty and Nick. Nana anwofedua ababio achenkwana na menum mu kodi ahenkan kwame yeboa enafi
adwoa yeboa agye afi kasebon mu nsemo enie abansofo abedi akire ohwe enhyemunam ene ehun nsemo eso Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Honorable Moses Anim ono no wakasai tie ekwan boni bia afarifo binam sunti amasa wukọ Ghana epo ye famu die no a ase ye nam ne binom ase ehye chese wuhu bi kwa na ekọ fam no na wakasa tie se eyade hadwe papa yese se omande de nan esi fam wase se wo hwa beye se emfie du ko mfie duonu a atwamu no ekwan moni anka emra empene so na so farifo bi faso de enkania di enura no oden ene ne mabone a ensam fata egu nsuomo eyi nam no wasi enam de sanka kakra ensuomo na manasa adwene ahodo ni bi won mo a obon se na obekọ obeyi miensa pe ade be chia bekọ obeyi mienu ade be chia besa ko obeyi ba ko chese da esote eti ase ehye na ekobasa no a enya nsunshan so wo enipa ya setene mu ene abrabo mu titiriu ene esika sem so na wokọ mpoano kronkro ne dia ene ekotia wo mo pa wei ena Honorable Moses Anim akasa edi atudwa se sa kwamone ya Ghana farifo bin mfaso a omudi yi epomu nam no enam so ema brochiman kuo European Union wamo ede krata akọkọ akire Ghana ehese ekọkọ bose Ghana de mo ye no enya de eso ani amansan anyintum wase se Ghana yamfa ya na nsifom na sa ha wi yanso anu sopreko a daache ede asem kase beba na no wagina so de atodwa se enya de aban ahwe huru no yi nani da aban de hihye begu akwam frenchem ehwe safarefo ede emra tenene ne ba yi adwuma ekwan tenene a efa so yi ensuo mu nam epom mu enam no wobehwe safarefo nyina de ba yi adwuma enema esefata de kopoma eyeyie ne nyina aban de ni eba bekọ ho na so yi oda no nso no omuni ekuaku omudi mu akotene bi no edi nsawoso watoto niema sane ba yi a Ghana farifo ede ekwan papa ene kwantene ne so no obefa ayi epomu enam wei ene wo to anasem so no wo che se eyaban hiade pa yenya ade aban etoto ne nan ase sabri abrochime ko de nano atomu a wo bo Ghana man kokoi Honorable Moses Anim wo de sansemu etudwa ebra wo da adwumadie bi a what to say Sustainable Oceans Project woda no adie na sa adwumadie ase omofra farifo be se empemu ahanu a omo Ghana amantam ye enanya omoda epoano no emu afarefo nyina ene omo eto atwaje no wo hyehye dwumadi a wonam so bebo ama afarefo atimi adi yie afei ensuomu nam bia ase ehye ene yakopo ye nya dodo no obehwe kwan befa so asade no ye betimi ahwa no na afei nso so fa akwan bi so aboa ma afarefo sikasem no masetene mu etimi aye ye titu ni enkura omodeda mpoano no na sa dwumadi Sustainable Oceans Project wasi eku efene say Environmental Justice Foundation omuni ku efene say hempoano and Friends of the Nation and afei womu a omoye afarefo no monka bomu kuo kase no munya na aka bomu a omudi nsa woso wo sa dwumadi ase na ye no way aban ana musifo kuo bi a woboam kitahudie ene mpuntuo no eye Norwegian Agency for Development Corporation one would do sika ebo ehho bra sa dwumadi ase na Honorable Moses enim kasa ya odin semi atudwa mama yentie no
ba ko ni Sustainable Ocean Project a yenuanom Norway aban ede ahoden e ba beta CSO yachi CSO na yachi na yetimi identity bi ene akwankyere bi ne ya de yo asesa e wo kwan e fa so a ye kopo ne ye chinam ne kwan e fa so nso a ye hwe enam no a ya chi no ne ye process se ne be ya nipa na o chinam no benya mfa so ne a o process nso benya mfa so ne ye fa ne resilient no ye ka ne resilient o potokasem no se ne be ya nipa no benya fa pem na wetina ho pinti ama bibi ebeba anani ndaso bia so na oyeden oyina ho pinti ama bia the project we omo ba bebo ayen e kan ye policy ho mekidi kan ye bobo policies
nipa etene kasa yi eye Honorable Moses enimu a woye soafo abedi achi ohwe nhyemunam ho ensem so na pani onu wo hwe sa adwumadie no ano eye project coordinator na ono kasa Owura Theophilus Boachi Iyado editudwa se sa dwumadie yomodi by Sustainable Oceans Project ya omoda na die yi eye dwumadie a ne botaye pa ne se ebemba farefo ne enkura deda empoano omo tetere matimi adi yie omo sikasam ni akonya kase ada ho no omo nsa atimi aka na breko no amunsu no ye de ahwe akwan papa ye nam so beboa ama epomu enam yie ene apomu nam a ye wona nkasa no yatimi atu emumpon sei no ono nso kai
sebe ya yebebo epo kese na eda ho no ho ban se de be ya epo no mu nuema enepa obo ade de adom ye no so yebo ekoso anya so emfaso de de tene se wiase afa na nyina ya gya tum se epo ya de ehia na ehia so na chese mu nuema obo ade fe no natural resources no so ho hia hia nti na wo se yebo sa epo no ho ban ti dwumadi a ye di nyina ne se yebebo afarefo yebeboa wona wo afaridwumanum ye from stakeholders na entity hia say ye de bema wo mu no ye de ama wo mu entity omu hia wo baabi de ye be say yen oboni be kan facilitate ye be facilitate say de be wo benya sa entity no na aboa ama dwumadi e wo so mu di bia wo madi
wie nipa ye tene kasei eye Owura Theophilus Boachi Iyado
Yetwa akan kasia bonuso. Ono nyamfo Dr. Atu Forsin. Ono enenei oye banu dani ema endi samanyuko no mrahye bedwafo a omrahye bedwafi ho. Ese dom kuma no ono ogina omano. Odi atudwa se oman ye won hihye be da kwoto gba na mrahye bedwafo ri ma moto ato adwen na omodia doso ni wi a won begya tum na ba beye emra tax regime. Adenti na wo kasa osi sa ade ya ayo mrahye bedwafie no won ba se mrahye bedwafo begya tumu eyan se ye to mamu ena nwumakuo atoto wuro kantinka atopek utimi che nwumakuo no soso ayi se komu tua to ma aban no yes tax exemptions won de eto no ye yom ade afrim ena bodwafo ne egu aso no pa wie no mire ye de change enen safo adi wachi ye betu ustom na atoto wurofo ndie sabe damakwa yenye osuwe ohwe omani sikasema eya jinsiri pia owosa ban dwuhu biem no bomra sebedwafo chidom umutimi jinsa amra itum na company atoto wuro kantinka bi omwo memu a womo de womuntu adama no yenyire omsenta mpehoma yenyisken from ho oronyamfo Dr. Atufo se de semwe tudwa omra mperefo adamra sebedwafo no ano no ene nsentwofo ehia
a lot of work on the tax waiver. And let me pay tribute to Honorable Kweku Kwate. The two of us converged on this very tax policy of tax exemptions. We believe that tax exemptions are becoming too much, and particularly times like this, that the country needs every city to save our economy. You cannot continue granting tax exemptions. And so you will notice that the Finance Committee has been very adamant in approving tax exemptions. We worked with the ministry, and virtually we led it to get the tax exemption bill passed. So we have a tax exemption regime in place as a country for the first time. And that is why I am paying tribute to Chairman Kweku Kwate, because he led it.
Eni amuti ye Dr. Atofose wono enwe ye banu deni odum ko mrasbedwef.
Yentu ansam no eswe. Mrasbedwani a wo hwe dwomro. Honorable Docas Tofe ede atudwa se abrante bia nanu yakunu ya didi edi Shadrack Alu ya abusuafo ne aprosifo gusu di hu dwuma no. Wakasa watene ho ase na wo boada. Wonte ase kra ne ma bi entwa yie. Etu ono de wabobbo so wawiata so. Wawie hinam so se kwan bi obefa so ahwe ama tentene abusuansa ka tentene no obefa so. Na nasem odi atudwa no ene se aprosifo ne Shadrack Alu abusuafo omo nyina no ko benko omo gitu mu secretary a Wessels Mall ni wo okohia ne ayaya no say onipa free mu asabi doctor for mu nim de papa mu ehwa de crop ye kun no na sa pathologist no se duru se oba ba na adwuma no a ye pathologist a prosifo hospital no na de na eba na abusua no susu ne prosifo nya agi tumu se so mo papa no a abusuafo no susu de omo susu doctor omo gididie eba ba gina ho enya wuni na meni omo wi a na no kwani nyina aba dan so awra ho sense ade no omo nyina agi tumu de na so nya sa friendship na ko ye aso mo sa se so mo ye ne sa dan so entimi anwie people se na nka wo mo epe no no wo se eno eda nchen ya Prosi ni kwa nwa nam ne nsa so na Shadrack ehia ni wo yaya no esese IGP eso ne nsa de pia bonten me hunu so onu ni asebeti na obenten wonu ogina ho no no ebisa se ye sa prosi ni kwa no a enye de abusuafo akoma beto wo yem na tentene ne nso so entimi anya adwuma na honorable ene ye namusifo ene kasa ye e wo sa autopsy reporter aba bonten a prosifo e ka ho asem no ho ma yentie.
As a police officer, your core mandate is say ube save lives, protecting properties. It is a oko to say obi impose nipa krone ye kronfo. Now say the person is in danger. What do you have to do? So protect that individual, no, because that is what you are supposed to do. You don't contribute, you don't support. So I'm saying that bad policing, no, and contribute to the death of this young man. The police officer present at that time could have done the needful to save the life of this young man if he had done the right thing, but unhandcuffing the person, taking the handcuff off and taking him to the nearby hospital. This guy will still be alive. 1 year those things, he's also a culprit. He's also part of the death of this young man to do. And that is why I'm firm and I'm standing on it, say, the IGP is supposed to produce, because he didn't do what he was supposed to do as a police officer.
Yeah, enuachi ena honorable ye jomuro na shebedwani esan di tu dwa se ekwan bi obefa so ya asam no bekọ court na atentene no apie dwa na se no kura no a wasam no mu etimi apie dwa no wobeboa obedi achi obeba aboso ho papa evi se atentene ma ye a enya de akomatoye mu ene asumdue ebeba
ama yesiki justice fully. For this young man, I will do it because and then I to know and so we need to condemn this police brutality, this inhuman act of the police. We need to condemn them. We are going to see. I don't want to, jump the let's see. I still have some sort of hope in the judicial system. So let's see what happens. Again, there will be. Oh, see, the sister is also asking, say. I'm sure there were footages at the mall. There is always surveillance. There's a CCTV thing, 24 hours. So they should produce all that and let us see for ourselves to clear our doubts. Say, oh, I'm say. But even in the event, say the guy took something to swallow, that does not still call for him. Like that doesn't still guarantee the fact that was a police officer. Money.
wie nipa ete ne kasa eye honorable Doctors Afotofe ono wo ye mrahye bedwani a ohwe Jomoro abato mpehia so
akwankyerefo hwe de obonsam so ema amanyuku ati abam New Patriotic Party MPP eye Owura Richard Ahiagbo na Ahiagbo anu woka sei nasma woka nyina ne se o ka kire Ghana for se obia mo na dwempo na amanyuku efen se National Democratic Congress and they say omo yi papa na 2024 sabi kebesi so a enkehwoma MPP for dem so munim papa said that they are NDC for deba John Dramani Mahama eni pa wadi bi pen e tatis nyina so yenim edum so tatis edien pa na Mahama wode ebe Ghana fo bi o memra kwa so timi do mansu fie ntimfie na aka no onyi na so afo onwese na afene fako edien potin pa na Mahama abeye biom tia eni abrese krodom se chinchina atwan yen samani ni Ghana president no I know penny to Ghana for say, one yan is senepa and masui, and yadi yo say a basso, pumpen baby intra. Nancy Bominana. At the end, when winter will cast some ya said ya Ghana for say, woman sinipi, and Ganjaman Penida, John Dramani Mahama say, oh, Yakunyani Nibium. No say, I, and yet your memoir. Yet to about 2016, 2020, dear we, and these are Manuko, Emranti, Tiomugu Montenso, Yashata near Bosotro, near your way. Adaya abani ewiem se nya nyankopon adom no ma akom kase TCJ na mosquito so no charges work na mu nsema se na ND samnyuko na no de dom ye okurum hai aba ye to yo mo nkenkan ye nya nwotwe koloma ntima nkenkan am ono abeka se hwe ye ne ayi wo monti zu nya ne aboawu ye ni nyina so ba ku se koto ekwa na mo hwem ko gina koto no nsa du mi nan du na me de koy ye ni hwe ekwa akoye na ni nyovo so mbofo na susuma Intamanyoko NDC no si enye dede ntiam si epetumi de eno be tema dede ntisi ei na bra Bernard musuo bo ani tumi ni kwahye ne nsanse wi ene masa aso de ade abo so ataso ba aman adwawo odwen intu omo ka ni pain e de akire Ghana for say momu ntie dede a NDC amanyoko ni ye na momu no omo nkoso anya gidie wo MP pamanyoko nim na sikasem a wo kire a abai enye kwa ene enye be ye bi ene eyom na mumu eye COVID-19 hontansa ena abebo wiase a Ghana nso ka ho yentie ne
anya say bia ye beye comparison na say ye beye equalization ye pay adwenkyira beboa ma Ghana ye tumi fi ka nyoma we but enye NDC fo na de ntia ehu hia say be make this point in say ye ka ye ka nyina say Ghana ya me adom na 2024 ye course ye koye election e beye MPP na say NDC say anka ma obi ehu antia say NDC fo nye nkofo a omo ba omo Ghana bi ni ya obi betuma in the state about to aba my NDC enti na say say ye ka ye say bia ye ka America so mo so ma ye enti esia enye body dabi ye paniye enti ne ye kasa we can't see the NDC's repentance almost try ma enti no say ye mistake na obi ye mistake na ye de ade koma NDC da chi a dada no omo ye na no mpakwe anhwe kura mpo no a omo ye be ko echi fa mo
Owura Richard Ahiagba owie no osade tu su biemu say sesi idea NDC amanyoko no na committee se momrantie asu yo se swame youth organizer ami aso video asiri so se na no na nado emna no 68 years oka all that be die and ye to abenipa nwotwe wi in 2024 se NDC for so kunipa mienu kura na omunya power na ede iti 2024 de gunkum na ye chesa adun madundum ne bejai and adun madundum na nyai in 2024 no gunkum in this swami youth organizer some kind no amo Owura Richard Ahiagba e de abetu dwa say we di dance say 2024 NDC amanyuku no womuni bibi papa bi ade magano womu pa ne so mbeba abam keke obeku akokɔ so obeku ni ohianu tumi keke ti Ghana for yemi ani na o
omo pe power just say omo pe power kwa so mo person mo nya power ni yes ni pa no mu a ni pa wu e form any ye ka say NDC for betumi ama eji omo dia omo make sure say akwai omo nyi ni free party ni si for nya nkofo aye ni mo ma bakosem Ghana ha e basabas yo a e de ye amanyosem e na mo free mo ba mo kai a 2018 am say 2020 election ni mo na former president Mahama obo no sabrane ka say omo de etutu asem de omo ni yo pa na o party na nkasa no e revolution mo ana ye wo party Takashi a ye de besisi Ghana for 19 years ni di ye so ihyeso kese ya dis for the share so until say abugudrofo a wo MPP mu ma ye ba Fourth Republic and is for person o mo sa de ye ko da da mu o me so mo kire nwura ye say o mo de o mo ye patapa nti no election aba ba ye yi won de patapa na beko
ya MONTIE eyo pani a wono no e kasamafo de ma MPP ura Richard Ahiagba
we abusia for MONTIE kasebo fi Peace FM so won kran baby adu ya me so ni atonkra tawu besan ba
Peace FM.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ and na ɛbɔ periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde na sɛ woyɛ na sɛ woyam so atim so
Wobepack in a farmer, Martin's liver salt, Tetrakwa and Tem, and she and Shagu glass more at Martin's liver salt, no back one, no dear goom.
Ubehu say a glass in the moon. Now one no. Martin's liver salt, you want orange flavor and a bacosia plain.
One more Hobato. Name Edina nu na hunto wa who doctor.
A month. The Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances. Or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo. Bransbane, Media, Samsung, Kaiwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media kekeka. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a Ebuama monitor of properties and business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV need ho. Ewo detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connector ma phone. Ewo monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosua Hodwa or ton phones and a home accessories no.
Press 0544 959195 and now 02079373323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discounts any achadia. Obetiasie.
Freddy's Corner.
Home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories.
Amen.
Yenim samu busasa nije asene saying.
Asia ne sɛ wɔde amen na gyina nsɛnni ani ɛwɔ herbal ayaresɛm bio na nkunimdie adasidie na aseɛ ɛne abasobɔdeɛ nko ara apɔmuden mu ahotɔ a wɔde abra amanfoɔ ɛfiri yɛn ti so ɛkɔsi yɛn naaseɛ ɛhi na yadeɛ hyɛ a amen hu ɛnsaw yadeɛ wɔde ne nnuro ne abɛɛfo mfidie ɛkyi yadeɛ no kunu one time
amen ɛde herbal akɔ modern wɔ sign de naturopathy ɛne homeopathy kwan ɛko yɛn nyarewa
sɛsɛ sukuufoɔ firi amanɔne bɛsua ɛkwan a yɛde herbal sa yadeɛ ɛwɔ amen
when nyinaa nti ɛna yɛde anigye afɛ from sɛ sɛ wɔpa awoɔ yareɛ bi hyehyɛ wo ho anaa yareɛ bi abɛgye akonnwa wɔ nipadua mu a allahu shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah ɛnyame adom a ayaresa bɛba amen de free screen na hyehyɛ so saa berɛ yi o ɛti fa ho gyim na wɔnhwɛ wo free
amen wɔdɔme wɔbɛ old snake flat
ultra modern branch wɔ Klagon Tama Road frɛ 020-722-9505 ɛna 0245-275254 amen scientific herbal hospital.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM.
and rip off the knob.
We abusia ma mo nyina akwa aba yeto akase ebo no eso sese de Turkey omo nye obomafo omo nam eho apaso ene wiase nyina e ka Turkey enwo asem ene okonjuro no mu ba bia nipa miensa etwahye bia Turkey hu nkomo ne yedi ene se na no asase woso awoso woso turofo bia omo hu bia che na omo ti bia che awoso makum nipa ene amane abeto dwane se enipa empim dunum nipa baako mienu miensa saa 15,000 omo nyina asase awoso no edan adwure gu omo so akum omo ene bi nso eto aso ko omo Syria nse Syria omo na omo ene Turkey fo ebɔhye won so nipa wudie na so Turkey de ene ene nipa na yampa enipa bi ebot Turkey aban so bo se aban no wa moa ne ho wayi nani wayetena ho hwe no watena ho ma asɛm wato no na bra to yire nkyem si ye no asa ehod nadmofo no aso omo ba o mo ntwan ye ba omo de se nya na nipa de wua na ewuo etinia amanfo atoto bi ade ama Turkey aba na Turkey aba nsama munwa me ho obi anwa me ho na me ma ye de wo se de aba ne ye be ye bia wo ye wo boa ne ho na enso ato yire nkyem de etimi si aye no kra wagitum se ehaw kakra bi ba ye de na enso so no enye no opposition fo be gina so e de ababa be wura ne hwinim se ne wanya de na bre ti se ye no eye bra no wo hye enipa empim dunu mawu etimi opposition fo nyina so emfa anya amanyosam anyi enimu emfanimu e wo asem ni mu sabre o se asase ne wo so ye na nkofo adan adwura gu no awon so dendenden e wo Turkey sabre enipa gu abonte anya ba bi na no awiase apomodi adwuma WHO abebo kokose so mo nhwe yi a nipa awo bewuro momo masa yade no enya asem ketewa e wo Turkey Syria susu na enie Syria ni Turkey na ebo hye na omo ho de ye nyina ye nim se na anu ntokwa bi yesi wo no o masai Syria man no chese adan ya buo ne ma asai omo ye ne yie no omo gusu yo mo nyanwie na asase asa woso asa beka omo akire eto omo de ye so trompre nu na anu Syria na no aban na no dem a wo so se ewiase meboa mi o nipa meboa mi o mi wo eti abrochiman ko European Union United Nations ewiase nyina ko no omusi o osese de anu ayeden enam suma EU fo no so ahyebo se sika 3.1 million euros omo de ko Syria na Syria e de aye oman ni ye na emomo sika de bi so be ko ba bia once ho na ekon ne rebels no wo ho ndi no adomyefo agiman ne fa omo no mudi so ho krampo yesi de sika ne bi be ko wo so de aye oman no eyie wo se ukọ eye ba bi ti se Syria eniema sey amadani nyina dwudagu sese eka kwan a eka Syria eni Turkey bom no asey emeno so enipa ntimi nkọ nipa ntimi ma eti oyone kase na ato Syria na Syria ban se nyasa abrei en opposition fo obegina no so na omode aton wo mo
afe yanko agudie mu ensemwe na de edi kan kra ne se Turkey kro ya na poso me free ho ba no yenim se omo so eba ball bomu a omo ya de pa ye Ghana sahine kura ayi kane sahine Steven Apia capitano akwesi akan fa na bachi kura pa chese take ball bomo yade anseni ade she Christian achu enso ye se eja bikope bibia bedi ene be de ne nam ene okwesi akan ho a azase usui na na be de adwase nyankopon adom ye hu no ade eche nkofesi enya hu no ena mo de akoma di agwasa no mo gwamani na ho anase de ya achu ya ntine ho jayo Tesi idea ya beda gwanse mprempren yentimi nsisu dua se yehunu anase yehunu omgusu omhwe nipa no omgusu ebo adwapade on bai nje gusu awa atwen mu wompaebo mi se oduma nkwa nyankopon hu yemobo na abrantie ba bi ohye bia no omfa ne nkwa enfem no emme wiase ene ne man Ghana nti Turkey ball bomu ne atwente maasi no eho amane enso no Ghana Premier League ni nso no say na table no etie Ghana League no okwono mo ba utimi sira na ron safro furu so oya park anwe ne se emnante agents so pupuru Evans Akora Park Invigilante Park gota to gota baby abo league ya dui papa enso mo bo say na tie Ghana Premier League no sesia de odi kan Aduana Stars eyoja amani 31 point eno mo aduasa ba ako Kumasi Asante Kotoko metena nanom no boa Asante Kotoko nya de hye omo to so mienu omo amana aduonu nson Bechem United BA omo amana aduonu ensia omo to so miensa ena bibia ni Gold Stars omo ba Premier League manche omo ni Kotoko ya asemo ne bai enso anwe ne sema Kotoko ya asemo omo to so nan omo nya aba no aduonu ensia Accra Lions enkrahaja te wa ha ya ngaw ombechwawe omo to so num omo aba na aduonu nsia aso folk fo bia Masters omo to so nsia aba na aduonu num Red Tamale United the same say jata omo to so nson 7 is a perfect number amana aduonu and 9 ena mediama FC my own brother only team no 23 amana omo aduonu miensa omo to so nwotwe ena great Olympics Olibobo Olimash Lincoln Sonkonson omo to so nkron amana aduonu miensa yo to so du Brekum Chelsea omo to so du amana aduonu mienu ana do to so du ba ko Legon Cities omo ti Legon enso se omo nya de papa enso mo bom homadi omo amana aduonu ba ko ana Dreams FC da so omo to so edu mienu omo abana aduonu Samates omba mu nche omo to so du miensa omo abana aduonu enso atraman to so makumaku edu 9 omo abana aduonu ena Kara United omo so anyina ase omo to so edu enum omo abana edu nkron King Faisal Baby Salaji Kalem Cruiser Kumasi fo no mobo omo to so abano edu omo to so edu nsia omo abano edu enson ena Tamale City omo ni Kotogreas ne bai omo to so edu enson omo abano edu enum ore ye wa we Kotogreas Miami Kotogreas ya ni awe ye to so edu nwotwe ye ne ya se Apol League na ye coffee ya ni ebo league no so ye home match e mo bo ye fie da e wa ba no maku edupe ebe ye ni edmu asi ya mote ya ne okasebo mi ye me achenkwa na me no bremu nana ahofedua wodi ayenkan kwame yeboa na afei
adwoa yeboa agye
mamumu aniti addition na muntie senyumaku ebu ayen JA Binding Company Limited. JA Binding Company Limited. Wall ties, water closet, floor, terrazzo, and upper say knitting wire. A buying 20. A jawajo. Chiman master this year. JA Binding, John Binding. What do you know? Papa just me a son. Number near 0243 104 883 and a 0541 808096. Share a dependable herbal home. I want to swan bema. Sasabroni beba June July is only better. Ubuan koto na pos na tree bemo. Ne con utmini say barry as the idea back in a tikono. Kafra, we have dependable herbal home for product ribi. A bebo papa. Tie, this way chocolate drink. Do here any sushi. Isaac Opoku, Abrantokwa, and voice can carry by any trophy. I do say kakra tibia kakra. A bebo was a papa, ejina one chair, and none of the Bobrangra ho. Susie Bar Center, a dupefio, CB men capsules, CB woman capsules, CB soap, chair, pedicure, manicure, in Abercran one time. Number near 0247 111 671. And a year dependable for number near 0242 223555. Apostle Eba.
Welcome to Thursday morning. Welcome to Thursday morning.
Peace FM. O German wife ni o. What trust? Aji. Misisi koko yi dimani. Wo de oni mejina ho. I can say sir. 17 point trust here.
Me wura ahanso me ne wonama ugu menim asedodo
Oba enkasa koko duro di enwa ne adum queplex capsules ene ne mixture o adum queplex capsules ene ne mixture ane ebe usisi yare na firi so ama ho atokora enka meda na se papa na aduro no so we enka o eye adwuma nkasa
I see
the same dia fifiri mi adum core ointment ene mde asawa bom ye so a atifiri ho kora koko ke enye
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the Sampa Cassia Coaca Tamonsa Amaya Sa Cassia Waye
Onye Yimu, the Cretrodo, Kamadine Bo,
Nita Fair,
Mayentie. Kosi ABOAGYE 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe
Utie oha echi ponkno Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho de no. Hwem so betumi a. Asew. Now beka. Ya jon to ma me ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Wo den kan no ntumi ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. Wo ka se batete. E da fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Kracha bepe baba wari
aso
ye fi say this way chocolate drink ye sori anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwe se adwede nkrato mu agya to se eye
Cool, fresh and trendy with a no look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime.
feel different, think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
MONTIE OHA Exi Ponkno Needs FM.
At the Roko Fiaman Homeneso Ejiji Tonton Sansan, Ewo Neat 100.9 FM. And Semeko Chuko Bata, Esum said don't change the Meja, Esum Gana Muntia Medioso, Eye Neat.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this and papa, Cassia Bo, Coaca Tamonsa, Amaya Sa, Cassia Waye,
Onye Yimu, no Cretrodo, Kalakilemen Kamadinibo,
Nita Fair,
Mayentie, Cassia ABOAGYE 100.9,
Kwasi Monkwe.
In December 2022, we invited all holders of Ghana's bonds to volunteer to exchange their holdings for new bonds whose terms are compatible with our desired downward debt trajectory. This invitation was within the context that for Ghana to reach the required debt sustainability threshold of debt to GDP of 55%, it was important to review the interest rates and maturities of the existing bonds. Having listened to and acknowledged emerging concerns, we have recalibrated the framework of the DDEP with the following constituting the terms of the improved and enhanced offer. 1. All individual bondholders who are below the age of 59 years, Category A, are being offered instruments with a maximum maturity of 5 years instead of 15 years and a 10% coupon rate. 2. All retirees, including those retiring in 2023, Category A, are being offered instruments with a maximum maturity of 5 years instead of 15 years and a 15% coupon rate. All retirees, including those retiring in 2023, Category B, are being offered instruments with a maximum maturity of 5 years instead of 15 years and a 15% coupon rate. The objective of this is to ensure that individuals, especially retirees who put their hard-earned savings in our domestic market, are not left in hardship as a result of the DDEP and yet contribute to the resolution of our current crisis. We have been intentional in pushing the threshold of what is possible in order to safeguard the well-being of our pensioners, preserve the savings of individuals, protect the working capital of businesses, and ensure the health and stability of our financial sector whilst restoring macroeconomic stability. Indeed, since the first announcement of the DDEP, the government has engaged in good faith discussions and extensive stakeholder engagements with all groups in order to reach a resolution that ensures an orderly path out of our economic challenges, anchored by a sense of community and empathy. Ladies and gentlemen, these significant amendments have enabled government to reach an agreement with key major domestic creditor categories, including banks, insurance companies, capital market players, and foreign holders of domestic debt in relation to their participation in the DDEP. Undoubtedly, the participation of the banks, insurance companies, and the securities industry under the enhanced DDEP is a significant milestone which represents a response to a call to national duty. It is a critical step to restore macroeconomic stability, accelerate Ghana's economic growth under an IMF program, and leverage other international financial support. On the back of these recent developments, the comprehensive agreement of the key stakeholders and the enhancement of the DDEP, Government 1 expects the full participation of institutional stakeholders and mobilization of all qualified investors to ensure the success of the debt exchange operation. And 2, encourages eligible individual holders to voluntarily tender their holdings. Frankly, fellow citizens, non-participation or a lower than expected turnout for the DDEP will prolong efforts to resolve the current economic crisis. In addition, the prospects of international financial support and other financial assurances will be jeopardized. The development could further put strain and stress on government's capacity to honor key commitments. This is not what we want for our economy. What we want is an economy that is back on track, stable, vibrant, productive, dynamic, meeting the needs of individuals, households, and enterprises, delivering shared and inclusive growth and improving incomes and livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the final deadline for this program, and we are hopeful that all domestic investors will participate. Let me restate that as a government, our singular motivation for taking this rather difficult road is to restore macroeconomic stability, achieve debt sustainability, and get the economy fully back on track. We know that these are necessary preconditions for creating jobs, safeguarding and enhancing incomes, fostering inclusive growth, and restoring hope to Ghanaians.
Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo ni 100.9 FM.
Being really very clear on where we are as a nation and what part of the contribution you want to. So I want at least one of you to tell me exactly what it is that is so egregious.
We know that you talk about moving from 0 to 15. But you see, none of us contracted bonds at 0%. So it's hard for us to even make a comparison from 0. Whereas we look at it from what terms we accepted when we took our bonds that were issued. And if we are haggling over 3%, that should tell you how dire our situation is and how vulnerable we are. If 3% means so much to us, so that's what we want you to look at. We are asking for you to totally exempt us from this program. We are not that many, you know. You know the total value. You do know that a third of us or so go beyond 5%. But those 5 years. But you know, when people were buying bonds, they saw the terms of the bonds. And they had objectives when they bought bonds. Their objectives are that they are looking for maturities to match certain plans in their lives. And that is why people picked bonds that they picked at the time that they did. So even though it's a good thing that you may be wanting to bring some people whose bonds mature way beyond 2028 to that point, bringing it forward to 2028 or so, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing that you are doing for them, because they have their objectives and they know why they picked the bonds that they picked. But please, we depend on our coupons. We've done all the math. We know what to expect. We know how to add that to whatever other income we get, either from Social Security or whatever. We've planned our lives around these bonds. Some people, when they do the computation, they tell you that what they are going to be getting per month or so is just like 1,000 cedis or 2,000 cedis or something, but they have planned their lifestyles around it. So please, total exemption is what we ask. We are not many. Please look at us and do this for us. We are vulnerable. We don't want to be a burden on you, on the country, or on our children. We want to be a burden on ourselves. And so we planned our lives in such a way that we will be a burden on ourselves. So please, we know that you will give us some good hearing and consideration. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for this. You know, the challenge that we have is that we have an economic crisis. We do have an economic crisis. And I think if people truly want the elongated bonds, that's easier to do. It's less burden on us. We thought really, and that was one of the huge things that Dr. Edward Anani and co were saying, that look, this 12 years is too long, I'll be dead by then. And so we found it, necessary to find a way to bring it to 5 years. The question that we have is that if we do not get our economy stable, your 18 or 40% or whatever would mean nothing. So it is crucial that we get this economy stable. It is crucial that we ensure that our foreign exchange issues are resolved so that there is integrity in whatever numbers we put here. And the question that I'm saying is Boami Namensumimboao, because I need to make sure that the economy is stable.
Mami mo akwa baby o memre ayo no pedwumadie Ghana MONTIE ene yawada February 9, 2023 assign akengum yatnase anope yi bien common ma copy ben say non do eni echi the femi KWASI ABOAGYE me nam dwumadie ho chiame kwabena mafon so ebeboa obekin kan de bonkrata no ne hia chichi mu bi obeboa no achichi mu dia men na anope wajinche 0503721744. That's our WhatsApp line. I'll be team do wajinche dia faso. We're grateful that you have your dial here and that you're listening and you're watching us on NEAT FM, our Facebook page, NEAT FM 100.9, and on YouTube as well, Despite Media, NEAT FM. Yeah, that's it. Yamin Shop, Papa. Enche ayan semno ya de mobile internet so na ya de moache. We will share with you some of the stories on the various news online portals. Mekao said ye here nchechemu interviews no ye no so ya de bebremo na wetimi atensem no ase ye anano pay. De bon krata no so mun komo no ye de mo beche. Empeni form so betina se wodwumedie so no macho ma dwen akwenya so ha betimi afre seni akwenya so ha betimi de WhatsApp wadwenche no bi e de afa so was 0503721744 no dia ba no anope da se ye ni so papa nyami sha se odi we video dia to NEAT 100.9 na wutie ya no padwumedie. Hey, inti Christian Chuasemi. Desa. Ayasemo.
And some ko twiko bata esum se don twa no dumaja esum Ghana MONTIE adwumadie so eye NEAT.
Okay, all right. So the baba ji de bonkrata no. Sorry. The story is trending on the various news online portals. Now, Queen.
Welcome
Ghanaian and Seminole Senior City the Verse News online portals. Near the Shasi also support government debt exchange. NPP appeals to Ghanaians. The governing New Patriotic Party NPP is asking Ghanaians to support the government's domestic debt exchange program, DDEP, in order to save the economy. According to the party, the DDEP becomes successful, the government will be able to achieve macroeconomic stability. Following some technical difficulties, the Finance Ministry has given till Friday, as tomorrow, February 10, 2023, as an administrative window for individuals and institutions to sign up for the program.
For a New Patriotic Party, MPP Amanyoko, and a woman pagana for Nina Chawse, Yamua wonumwe, na abansi saya wadeba, a yesika semun sakraye, domestic debt exchange program no, anya kama, anya sa, economy niji se wom, yenina yasubayase, na party nitra se a DDEP, aya kama, anya abainu sube jina, economy ni baya da. Na sabre challenges ya yegusu a yenina ye face ye, ya finance minister krampo, star program yi, waya nkakra nkra di akwakosi ya defiada, February ne da tosu edu, ya webie kwan di atu wan msi wobia, emfa ne nsansa asiye biye, na economy ni entumi nyina ne naso, entumi adawuruma, umye nyina yensom, wansom, wanyinyipa.
Police arrest Swami NDC executive behind "Let's Kill to Win Power" comment. Police have announced the arrest of Razak Avoliya, an official of the opposition National Democratic Congress NDC in the Swami constituency of the Ashanti region. February 8, 2023 statement said the constituency youth organizer was picked up following investigation into a viral video in which he incited political violence ahead of the 2024 general elections. The suspect is in police custody and will be put before courts to face justice, the statement added.
Abusiafo aposifo abrantia no a NDC amanyoko Swami video bi amonita so a no wokeka kansem bi no aposifo akwachi no aposifo de atudwa se omate Razak Avoliya woni ye NDC amanyoko no mu enipa mapa ewo Swami abato mpesua so wasante mantemu February ne da toso nwote ana abrantie wo ye constituency youth organizer womu ekwachi no abra na investigation ekoso abrantie kansem bi ana enye de 2024 abaya ba beto no ade a womu plan nie meno kase abrantie no aposifo akache womu yansu said na kogina court akwadu bi asafata no yete abono we need the aposifo pesa mansante.
Right, so in a related story, the NPP tells NDC to expel Swami youth organizer. The New Patriotic Party NPP has asked the National Democratic Congress NDC to expel the Swami youth organizer who allegedly incited violence. Now, the NPP further asks the NDC to disassociate itself from him. Addressing a press conference in Accra on Wednesday, February 8, the Director of Communications for the New Patriotic Party, Richard Ahiagba, said, and I quote, "We demand the NDC to unreservedly disallow, disassociate, and expel the young man from the party or from their party without delay."
A New Patriotic Party MPP amanyoko ana womutraso obofo ne de nenam ho apaso National Democratic Congress NDC amanyoko omuntu abrantie no a womuso ye youth organizer no emfree party ni mu se wo setakra wodem MPP amanyoko sre NDC se womuntu omumfree no ho kura ebra wo friends emtrefo en wode tu wonim wukuade ye enra February ne da na toso wotia Director of Communication ma MPP Richard Ahiagba en wode asem tu da wo sre NDC se womu antu womu ho emfree abrantie no ho na womu nsan kura ntu nim free party nim eni kwaso womu tunta so kura sansan nsem no a wokaye no ayo ko aben na no wo hyen.
Publication of COVID-19 expenditure report unconstitutional, says the Attorney General, AG. Now, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Godfred Dami, has described the publication of the audit report on government expenditure of COVID-19 funds as premature and unconstitutional. In a letter to the Auditor General, Mr. Johnson Ekwamwa Esiedu, the Attorney General said Article 187.5 of the Constitution mandated the Auditor General to submit his report to Parliament, and in that report, draw attention to any irregularities in the account audited. He added that Article 1876 of the Constitution requires that Parliament must then debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. According to the Attorney General, it is only after satisfying the constitutional requirement of submitting the Auditor General's report to Parliament, the subsequent debate by Parliament thereon, and the conclusion of work by the appropriate committee of Parliament, that the report of the Auditor General may be considered final and relevant action may be taken thereon.
Abusuafo de ofa kwesi kan ye no eni tie mu eni e wotra se Auditor General the report wa wode betu dwa ya na ye akuntabu a efa COVID-19 ehun no ana wono nso e kire mu kakra de akira mansan se yentie wotra se ye ade me de no kura akodi hini me ba mehu aya report no a Auditor General ede baaye no that report no ana Attorney General atre ede akwa wo katre ne se the bibi ba say na betodwa eni kwan so wo publish beto abonten na manse hunu especially COVID-19 expenditure no a aban yusu ne saade na wo ye no eni mra kwan mu etiatia mra so afei wosan atre se atra watre dia koma Auditor General Owura Johnson Ekwamwa Esiedu eya Attorney General watre se Article 187/5 ho Constitution no atre ho no mpefe se Auditor General ya report wi a ode koma mrasebeda na mrasebeda fo nso hwemu a irregularities bia ekoso kire se niam bia enta yie no wabato nsa afre na wamu edimu akotena ba aba betenentene wasa to aso se Article 187/6 ho Constitution no kura san etremu pefe se asasa Parliament kura debate or report to Auditor General ede baaye no ho bi pa ehia ya mansan eni di etire eni di ebepie mu bia afei Attorney General trese ebra fire saade we nyina wie ya wo bia te ne ho ase ya Constitution ne so wonya nyina no Auditor General ye ni nyina wie Parliament ahwe mu di awie debate bibia koso ansana so wo bibia wo pese wo de beto abonte a na wo de aba beto abonte we de wanya ne saa enti de Auditor General ye no watiati amra so
enti yen ade ne said abontin sisi a
ofa kwesimi kura ya me wanwa atre se saa ne yenim no ana nya saa na te because dada denyina.
No, but he has to go to Parliament. Said that's what the Constitution say. I know the yes, but okay. I am just saying, it is not about that. He has to go to, and he's quoted the Constitution.
Okay, and if so, not just any na what the general say abenina of senators wo mu nyina yesa mfomso no bio because normally enya ebeto abonte
it goes to Parliament.
Parliament answer. But this particular one, Uncle.
I near all kind of meaning. I don't know about senior kind because meaning said report Parliament crab be the huge man in the account. I am to speak across set up. So if the many report na senka almost set up committee and he minimnia, but that is what minimnia Attorney General Cheno in Sheda media mentia, but I'm just saying yeah.
Now, of course, what the Attorney General no Hanos report na better because idea your mining in dear. Ebeto abonten na ye nyina ye ni hum bi ne ye ke. Enyi ndi se esese wo no etaje no. Isa tumi ye beto abonten.
Na so de ayi emra no de kasa. Osi we hu. Osi as wo de hu but oni no hu ti se o man nya ne dia.
Good, but wonu ye na juma.
Obi a shemra na se. Ene ba ne mra no a se bi a fine emra no because no ye attorney general. Aban lawyer until you are there na se nya say ho no so twen adwe bra so. And all kind of crisis now. I think somewhere at point 3, I observed that the report of the special audit on government's COVID-19 transactions has been published on the website of the audit service. In light of the constitutional provisions pertaining to the duty of the Auditor General, after the preparation of audit report, I consider publication of the COVID-19 audit report or indeed any audit report, particularly when some has not been either considered by Parliament or referred to a committee of Parliament, premature. So, your person watch said, according to Senya Ghana Mrano Echeno, say Parliament, na Parliament di hujuma. But we say Oma publish a report on website. And no train Oma dream about to say any miracle. And there are things that sometimes you have to get it correct, kakra. And this number MPP NDC, the fact say be a fan will be na itiamra na entry ain't no mine. Who's yeah, anyhow. So if Emran chess okay, well, say Parliament do hujuma sana bia so come the better website they are tuna so mine say no from so the fact say obia ye pen no it does not justify say be a fine. We should continue to tolerate that. So otria dream baso for me me fi say bia ne kwan so ano no but near how many cc and say well into that bon thing cc there na be or say well they should publish it on your website too. Well,
but what kwesi say Auditor General at least one nso woni mumra no e bata na djuma ho. Because me nyindi say Auditor General ono nso
I don't know what you want to say. I am saying because sometimes you make things difficult and when you keep asking me certain questions over and over again. Yeah, okay, I might say about the constitution. So go and take the constitution. So I can't or say article, read the constitution. And it goes to be a fine or then in Pabwasha 1876. Read the constitution. So this is the constitution. 1876. So kind of said near all canon, yes, sir. Don't ask questions about or no Nimumrano. Omrano wonu no ya attorney general. Unimrano say attorney general.
Enti over question net say yeah Auditor General we tiamra ya nso ya wa sotia. Wan say ya bekwa.
No any wa sotia.
Auditor General.
Also on publish it on Infini website.
By over question COVID-19 expenditure ne de enkwofo ani de chirepa of when the chirepa
COVID-19 funds. Yeah. Ad hoc committee to begin public hearing next week. The ad hoc committee set up by the Speaker of Parliament to probe the use of COVID-19 funds by government will start its public hearings from next week. This was disclosed by the Vice Chairman of the committee and non-minority leader Dr. Kesel Atofosin. Speaker of Parliament set up the Joint Committee of Finance and Health to probe the COVID expenditure last year before the House went on recess. After failure on the part of the minority to get the House to establish a bipartisan probe earlier. Speaking during leadership engagement with the Parliamentary Press Corps, Dr. Fosin disclosed that Dr. Ayiwe Friye chaired committee will get to work soon.
Na emra sebe de fie na semisi ye. What is ad hoc committee Speaker of Parliament and what is woman baba set na woman kwa COVID-19 tika aban ese no enti ewurade ya adom next week no na wombesa ase na womatie obi anu mu asem na chairman ma committee no SCC ekura de a minority leader Dr. Kesa Atoforsen Speaker of Parliament ebesete committee ya ebi free ha nti joint committee finance and health that woman kwatena no woman kodomu asuko COVID-19 expenditure ya spending ye woman kwasisemu na woman kwasi ase na we no krampo no enya ade a ebeye amanyosem bia saa enisi ade kromu ye bi ya na enu say na ya amanyosem but this one there ebeye soronko kakra na leadership ebra emrasebe defie na womu atoato adene na womu ekatre emrase bedefie womu ayansam kirefo ho na Dr. Kesa Atoforsen en wodi asem ya tuja wotese Dr. Ayiwa free here na wobetne akonyam setitire ewo saa committee no a womu bedi dwuma no
enti senior council amanfo ni die chie no parliament ad hoc committee omate bipartisan NDC wom MPP wom because some ne amanyuko mo mrase bedwem honum say of finance and health committee omo transfer no mo so sa COVID-19 sika ko mu sika yenya ne etuem nyina no omo so mba bedi hudwuma okay. We will not allow the judiciary to be used to intimidate a Blackwa from carrying out mandate minority. The minority in parliament says they will strongly oppose any attempt by undemocratic elements to use the judiciary to prevent them from carrying out their mandate. Any such attempt will be opposed fiercely, they said, insisting their duties enshrined in the constitution will be performed to the letter. In a press release issued by the minority leader, Dr. Kesa Atoforsen, on Wednesday, February 8, the NDC MP said this will be non-negotiable, and I quote, the NDC caucus in Parliament strongly condemns the naked and shameful abuse of the judiciary by certain undemocratic elements seeking to gag NDC members of Parliament and prevent us from carrying out a constitutional mandate of oversight, end of quote.
Na NDC amanyoko ya emrasebe defie domkuma en wo mu chasa nyade a wo mu bema kwan da na atem wetuma no ade ne tumi ebetietia wono nyamfo samoroku de tabrakwa na tuma a wo ye no so minority fo na eken minority a wo mrasebe defie en wo mu chasa se wo mu kaso wo mu ba betena wonom na obi abefa sebu akwan so ya na atem wetuma nti obi a wo ye na dwuma no kuremu no wo mu de tietia ne fa ahudie so anya ade a wo mu bepene wo mu tere se kwan bia sesu wo mu fa so wo mu si wo mu kwan wo mu no wo mu pre so ya wo bia wo ye dwuma wo ne kwan pem na obeka se wo de bibi bre no na sasemi Dr. Kesa Atoforsen na ye minority leader ena ndo a wo de tuja wo mra se be de fie se we nko ade enkanya ade a wo mu besi nkonya enti wo kotu wo se NDC kwakwaso a wa parliament no wo mu condemn asem wesi ye nipa krokro mu teso wo yanim guase ni na so ya atem watuma yeni na wo kura krata bi no aseda akoto abo obi na nipa ne tietia aso kwansi ni na enti wo mu makwa mu obi a mbe yusu na atem watuma kuo no obi a wo ye ne mra se aduma kama ya won tieti obi afa ahudie so no ma be yusu sa de we ya de abetete na no de o mu makwan
so don kuma no mo kasa no
yes quality
omodwa
lai wo so wo nti ase enti wo mu kura atre se nipa no a wo mu soma ne se won kɔ serve wo no asa enhyehyɛ nimu wo no kura wanfa emra kwan so ena ɔde ade no kɔɔye
ena man kwase say den no amfa enye e believe so on the ade no kɔma no amfa nkwanko ana
baby a wo mu se kwan a wo no so fa so de kɔɔye no ni wo mu de yes one democratic element use judiciary to prevent them mu makwa ya said you tietia mo born aba so on them.
Politics. Now, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto to a black one also make a post be on social media. I am just trying to see. I'm pulling that one up for you, especially now with me at church. I say, Brami Babe Kinkai, Ediama, AAT for no one as a mono so a culture. As all was you won't shrew to Obeko prison, senior a binum action or headlines. No. So, this is what I think he posted some 15 minutes ago. Or say, I wish to express heartfelt appreciation and profound gratitude for the overwhelming solidarity and words of encouragement I have received since the series of cathedral exposés in the pursuit of my constitutional mandate of oversight, and in the face of the current fascist machinations to use the judiciary and other state institutions to silence and intimidate me. I'm eternally indebted to the good people of Ghana, my dearest family, former President, His Excellency John Mahama, the NDC executive led by Chairman Johnson Esiedun Ketia, the NDC Council of Elders chaired by Alhaji Mahama Idrisu, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, my beloved North Tone constituents, the rank and file of the NDC comrades across the country, civil society organizations, activists, genuine pastors, the credible media, my I like the adjectives that you use. He say genuine pastors.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so he didn't say pastors, genuine.
Debbie.
Yes, and says he didn't say the media. Say credible. The
yes.
My dedicated staff, gallant and dependable colleagues of the NDC caucus in Parliament, led by Dr. Kiselato Forsen. Now, it continues. It says, a country where parliamentarians carrying out their constitutional oversight mandate became victims of state-sponsored harassment, strange court injunctions, and judicial threat of imprisonment, even as double identity charlatans are protected, and pampered, is definitely a nation in the dark abyss. Let the cowardly forces of tyranny be told that I am not one to be frightened with imprisonment. I am ever ready to be a political prisoner of conscience than to be coerced and compromised into a behind-the-scenes deal with the corrosive enemies of the Republic. Nkrumah, Rawlings, Mandela, Kenyatta, Sisulu, Motlanthe, Desmond Tutu, Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., Thomas Mfumo, Andre Sarkozy, Antonio, Honorable, names no. I'm facing I say come chiche man na by force.
Abusuafo ni onyamfo Samuel Okudzeto abrakwa na okase. Watasa odamase bebre. Ewo nkuranse awere chichire nsem a mode ama no. Wanya bebre di efri etire ne benteye ya wogusu a woye naduma expose ya woye the national cathedral ho. Wono de de constitution di asanensa na woye no pepepe na enipa bi eyusu atemu adwumakuo no epese womo de woseto no so kana no tum na wopese wotre se wono Samuel Okudzeto abrakwa wonabo forever and ever what do my Ghana ka as so ye natuma te said ye safata enye enonko ampo or ye tuma former president His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and these executives here Chairman Johnson Esiedun Ketia Dano and this Council of Elders here Alhaji Mahama Idrisu Professor Jainan Opoku-Agyeman and na this year one of town constituency and this year Manyoko comrade here womu Ghana fanina civil society organizations here women so etane chire asofo no kwafo enya asofo bi asofo no kwafo ensam trefo so ye ne ayeye no kwafo aye ka no kore no yanso ye ka ho bi ena atumayefo a womuta na tie afei emra sebedefie nso no ankasa ni colleagues minority ya Dr. Kesa Atofo Forsen eda no wɔda wɔnom nyinaa ase wɔno saa nkɔɔfoɔ yi a mebobɔ ɔsoɔ yi nyinaa ɛna wɔsrɛ titaa soronko firi wɔn nkyɛn na wɔkyerɛ sɛ ɔman a mmarahyɛbadani ɛyɛ n'adwuma korɔdee sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yɛ constitution no obiara nnane ne nkwanta no afei deɛ wɔnom mu a pupu a wɔbɔɔ n'asuo yɛpɛ sɛ yɛyi ne to sika te ɛna nnipa bi abɔ nkɔɔfoɔ bi paa sɛ nkuo mu ntiatia ne fa ahodie so kwansini wɔbɛhu a wɔse court nyansi no kora yɛ strange wɔngye ndi ɛfiri yi fa ne baayɛ o yɛse yɛde ne bɛkɔ akɔto afiase wɔbɛkɔ prison nti nnipa bi a ɛsɛ so wɔ mu ka nokorɛ no nea wadi bɔne no ɛnɛ deɛ saa nnipa korɔ no ne yɛpampa no yɛkorɔkorɔ no na nea wɔde saa bɔnefosɛm no wɔbɛto dwa no ɔno ne yɛse yɛmfa ne ntom nnipa bi ayɛ hufoɔ yɛ a wɔn ntumi nka nokorɛ na wɔn nsɛm wɔkugye tabra kwa prison wɔto wɔn mu wɔnsoro prison ɛyɛ paa so wɔde conscience a emu da hɔnom bɛkɔ akɔda afiase sɛ wɔbɛ ne nam fiaa kɛkɛ obi kaa yɛ wɔse ye me wura fiase me bɛba me nsa kaa me de bɛba yɛ wɔne nam fie na ne conscience ɛbɛbua no fɔdeɛ wɔbɛkɔ akɔda prison na nyɛ ɔno nkoa ne nipa a wɔdi kan nie ɔsagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he has the same Kanema Mpeni JJ Lawrence is also a victim. Nelson Mandela, the same thing. Uhuru Kenyatta, Sisulu, Montalente, Desmond Tutu, Mohandes Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., Thomas Mafumbo, Andrew Sakorov, Antonio Gramsci, Luis Inacio Lula da Silva. All this has become victims. It is better for a man to die than to live without conscience.
Well, on that note, you see how I'm saying, somewhere I should go the various news online for Tasana, seeing here, they pim na make out set the one crat answer and chair, Besha, saying I can be the amount. You're faster than from my PCFMonline.com, other major online portals, you don't must say, na interview soon, so honum sian. Yedi bi ebabetrem yeko yenim na ensem no bi wa wetimi ate ase ye wehu eye emunchichi mu no iye enti anope ya transi de na chese otim se enkomo a ebeboa na o my Ghana timi afa ne ntuma pe fra ya no pagimedie aye frɛ no Ghana muntie me e frɛ me kwesi aboagye me nam digimedie o chia me kwabena mafo nso a wote ni eboa ekinkan de bonkrata no o cheche nsem no mu edi man anope wa dwinkyere 0503721744 0503721744 need 100.9 Ghana Montie. Anope need 100.9 yakegum yanyin semno de bonkrata
abusiafo de bonkrata me de sasie aye de bonkrata ye friend say telegraphic na telegraphic ye nim ha wode aba no wo kire say atu adibesin na ye hu atu enti na num wonom abam say ebrada no de ba uku ada no aye se o ye hu no ne ho ye no saa ni nyina anya no kuro adibasi na yehu abrantie Christian atu enti wo mu sra se yenkɔ todwanimu na yɛmmɔ mpa yɛmfama Christian Achu ɛsiane sɛ baabi a yɛduro ne deɛ ano yɛ ayɛ hye kakra na tebokrataa Daily Graphic yɛnim ha Apostle Eric Nyamete ɔyɛ president ɛma Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Center wɔno ɛna wɔde no aba abɛto animesrɛ mu ɛyɛ Pentecostal and Charismatic Council ɔyɛ Apostle Eric Nyamete wɔsa yɛ Church of Pentecost yɛ chairman ɛna wɔka kyerɛ aban sɛ ɛnada woroma saa ahokyerɛ aba no so wɔ biara ntutwa kakra nkran famra wɔbɛsrɛ no na ba no so nipa no a wɔm no dɔɔso enti ɛbɛyɛ a ɔnte aban no nipa no so na nkɔfoɔ nsɛmpo anka prɛpɛnsini atifoɔ sika nketenkete kura wɔnti a ɛne na wɔn so waba mu nipa no wɔm dɔɔso ntete so ɛno nte nkɔdɛ expenditure ɛyɛ sika aban sɛ no nso ɛbɛtumi a wɔnte sika no so na ahokyerɛ ɛbɛ yɛ nyinaa yɛ nkorakora no nkakra na wo pani a wote fie a wo kakyerɛ wo ma sɛ ahokyerɛ bɛntie nyinaa yɛ no nkakra no wo deɛ wɔ expenditures ne sɛdeɛ wo live wo life extravagant life no wonte so a ɛbɛtumi ahadene kakra nti wɔno nso nhwɛ na wɔnte ne deɛ so wɔn kyerɛ sɛ project bi sika a wɔn de hyɛ saa project ne mu no ɛnyɛ sika ketewa ɛyɛ $85 million project a na wɔn yɛ ho adwuma yɛse ɛyɛ 17-story project a ɛwɔ La Beach Road hɔ wohyɛ adan asi anom afa kwasi nya adan ketewa o yɛgya si wɔnom 12 years nie yɛ a wɔbiara mfa ne nsa ɛnkan yɛ a saa adan wɔ nko ase yɛtumi complete yɛ a ɛbɛtumi ayɛ nneɛma bebree ade ama yɛn so ɛda so a asi mpoano hɔ na mmarahyɛ bɛdafie ɛne wɔn kyerɛ sɛ electoral commission ɛde new CIB ɛde kɔ parliament a ɛyɛ continuous voter registration na saa continuous voter registration no mmarahyɛ bɛdafoɔ bɛtena so na wɔn ahwɛ sɛ ɛyɛ yɛnye ntum ansa na wɔn de ayɛ adwuma afei Ghana yɛkookoo no ɛne wɔn kyerɛ sɛ yɛ target sɛ 50% deɛ yɛbɛtumi process wɔ ha nea yɛde ayɛ nneɛma nea nso yɛdi bi kyɛn sɛ kokoo ne nyinaa ne yɛde kɔ aburokyire kokoo ne nyinaa ne yɛde kɔ aburokyire onyanyafoɔ kɔgye ɔpɔn nkroma ɛne wɔde asɛmde yi ato dwa na narcotic control board ɛyɛ narcotifoɔ sisi akora de wɔn yɛ narcotic control commission wɔn akyi enubɔne sika nkade bɛbrɛ yɛn nka yɛbɛnya 50 million Ghana cedis 50 million Ghana cedis but wɔn kyerɛ sɛ yɛ enubɔne yɛn ni ho dwa wɔ ha nti wɔn kɔboaboa ne nyinaa no ɛwɔ Bundasi training camp wɔ Ghana Armed Forces Greater Accra region ha ɛne wɔn de petro pete so ɛne wɔn pa matis so mu nti wɔn ahye ne nyinaa tons ahodoɔ a wɔn titi yɛ nyinaa woka ne buobo mu a ɛyɛ $50 million ɛne si etwa ato mu a yɛahye ne nyinaa yi afei maame ɛne ne ba ya wɔn te tricycle mu kɔ ɛna truck bi bɛti fa wɔn mu so ɛhɔ nom akena na maame no ankasa ne ba no nso ankasa ɛma akɔyɛ awerɛhosɛm a dewubɔ krataa yɛ frɛ ne sɛ Daily Graphic ɛbɔ mu amaneɛ ɛwɔ ha na Ghanaian Times dewubɔ krataa anim ha Estelle Christian Achu wɔde ne mfoni abɛtoa na saa adehye a ewu wɔ Turkey no ɛna ano a yɛ keka ne yɛ so 1.3 million ebi kura so 2 million ɛna yɛse kɔ 4 million sisi a keka kɔ bɛyɛ sɛ 12 million ne etire esan sa asɛm na esi ahomate nso obiara da yɛ afɛ na so wɔn a ɛsɔ ne kura kɔ adwuma wɔn buabua wɔn ho enti ayurefra mu a pɛ na asɛm ne si yɛ enti so far deɛ wɔn kenka kɔ keka kɔ 12 million enipa ewu dako atoyere ntamu a esi yɛ ɛwɔ Turkey ɛnya asɛm ketewa koraa ɔman no wɔn akɔ ahoyehie mu ato hyerɛnhyerɛn ɛwɔ Turkey na nipa baako a sisi a ne deɛ akɔyɛ asɛm ɛde ama yɛn ɛyɛ Christian Achu sɛ yɛbɛhu ne sɛ wɔnie ne ho yɛ ɛdeɛ na ato no na wɔhyɛ ha ayɛ asɛm papapapapa nti awiase nyinaa yɛni adi akyire Ghana nso the same thing na akɔkofoɔ saa enubɔne a wɔn si akeka kɔ 50 million Ghana cedis a yɛtɛ gya to mu hye no ɛwɔ hanom sɛ ɛna gya dɛm yi ayɛ sɛ Sodom and Gomorrah wɔ gya dɛm wɔntie nyame asɛm wɔ gya dɛm ɛna gya dɛm a ɛsi tututututututu ɛwɔ ha Attorney General ɛna wɔka kyerɛ Auditor General sɛ adeɛ no a wɔyɛɛyɛ ne deɛ wɔpere no ho dodo wɔayɛ report awi a ɛwɔ process yɛfa soɔ na wɔapɔbere ɛde ato website amansa nyinaa akɔyi no wɔ bi ahyɛ no wɔ bi aka bi wɔabrɛ process yɛsɛtɛ fa so nyinaa wɔama no amfa so nti wɔhyɛ kora ato no so sɛ wɔmfa process so na wɔmfa nyɛ n'adwuma tan sɛ wɔbɛtiatia mmara so ononyamfoɔ John wɔyɛ Samuel Abugyinapɔ wɔde ne mfoni abɛtoa ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ ɛsɛ sɛ yɛma Ghana ɛyɛ baabi a obi pɛ baabi de ne sika akɔhyɛ investors a ahanum sɛ na yɛ number 1 destination na yɛnka nkyerɛ investors ne sɛ na wode sika akɔhyɛ dwadie wɔ maa bia mu a wobɛbɔ ka ɔman baako pɛ yɛ ho nto yɛ sika sɛm so yɛ kama obi a wɔdi gya wɔ ha bi anya mfasoɔ nti wɔn mfuo mu sika mmra ɛyɛ Ghana asɛm na yɛrekan nti de wobɔkrataa Ghanaian Times deɛ a wɔde ma amoa no pɛi ɛno no na daily statement nso ɔde Richard Ahiaba ɔyɛ MPP communication director wɔde ne mfoni abɛtoa wɔsɛ tete up and down ne bi ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ NDC amanyokuo wɔn atena se abɔ pɔbɔne sɛ 2024 aba a yɛbɛtoɔ no wɔn bɛyɛ basabasa according to wɔn ankasa wɔn youth organizer baako ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ mpanimfoɔ aka kyerɛ wɔn sɛ this time around deɛ mɛmu wɔn mfa nni agorɔ sɛbi sɛ wɔyɛ firi yɛ ɔya no anwee wɔ se a obi ehu mmɔbɔ kwasia pɛ na ne hwɛ a yɛti aso mmienu this time around deɛ obi ekum nipa awɔkye nti wɔn nso kuro wɔn nkum wɔkye wɔn kum mmienu na so wɔn baa bɛn mu a sɛ nyɛ bɔne biara ɛno ɛna MPP amanyɔkuo kyerɛ sɛ ɛyɛ ade bɔne paa nti wɔn nhyɛ na wɔn nkɔndan mu afei Attorney General ɛna wɔka kyerɛ Auditor General sɛ process yankasa so wɔfa so ansa COVID-19 expenditure bɛtɔ abɔnten no wɔamfa saa kwan no so campaign no wɔka kyerɛ judges sɛ wɔn nya tough ɛwɔ wɔn tumedi a wɔn die mu mmɛmɛ wɔn nya judge a humɔburo bi ne nyase human face nipa no ba no wɔdi fa mo njeli no mo fa no ntum baabi a mmara no da no mo fa nto pɛpɛpɛ mo nya tough ɛwɔ mo tumedi a yɛde asɛ mo nsa ɔkɔbɛn mining ɔse wɔn yɛ responsible corporate citizens ya wɔn mfa wɔn tumedi ɛnni agorɔ koraa nti ɛmu obi a nka asɛm wɔn anya no korɛ ɛmfa ɛnto wɔn so na teobokrata yɛfrɛ ne sɛ teleguide anim ha Richard Ahiaba wɔda hanom sɛ yɛ a wɔhyɛ African wear ɛna wɔhyɛ ne spɛs a wɔde kan statement wɔtrɛ sɛ MPP amanyokuo no wɔn ka kyerɛ NDC sɛ ɛba no economy ntotoa deɛ ne wɔn nya aka ɛtrɛ sɛ baabi a wɔn kura no wɔn de Ghana gyina yɛ MPP amanyokuo bɛgye Ghana wɔadrive ne kama ɛde Ghana abɛgyina baabi a ɛhɔ ɛda yi na NDC foɔ sɔre a na wɔn kasa for economy no ho na wɔn kasa for economy no ho economy bɛɛ pa NDC amanyokuo amamuo papa bɛɛ pa na wɔn nim bu a wɔn tete MPP foɔ saa nti wɔka kyerɛ NDC foɔ sɛ ɛba no economy management a MPP is far better than the NDC esan sɛ NDC wɔn nim hwee ɛba no amamuo mu a NDC ni abranteɛ no a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ Razak Kwampa Avolia aposifoɔ nsa aka no wɔtɛ sɛ abranteɛ yi obi a na wɔhyɛn wɔ ko abɛn Dominic Nitiwu ɛyɛ Honorable Minister for Defence ɔsan yɛ mmarahyɛbɛtani ma ade sɛ ɛwɔ Bimila ɛna wɔka kyerɛ mmeranteɛ ne mmabaawa a ɛwɔ bɔko nyinaa sɛ wɔmfa mɔtuo ɛnto fam. Put down guns, yo. Put down guns. Mumfe tuyo no ento from. Kwako. Munya mfasoɔ biara wɔ so. Wako sɛ kum nipa saa. Ntokwa no kura mo kumpo. Sese monti aseɛ. Enti adai ɛna momfa tuo ne saa nneɛma yi ngu fam. Na asomgye emra bɔko na mpuntuo mma. Enti momfa tuo no nguwɔ. Na asomgye emfa ne ntoma pa emfra. Yade na nagrada asan akɔgyina court bio. Womu kyerɛ nude pictures bi a wɔde bɛto abɔnten. Anya de papa nti ɔnkɔ court na wɔnsan nkɔyi ne ho ano.
Sɛ sɛ sisi amra yi foforo bi aba. I think cyber security mra bi aba. Be picture na say okay me obi ni sex video me nya ni nude picture. Now you are dream say okay metimi dey ato abonten a. Masa o de beto abonten but o beto opega oni pa akono. Mra ho betimi no edi pa.
Over kwesi ayo obi picture no no beto. I was share naked picture.
Yeah.
Naked picture. Yes, I don't know. One quack. Ano, Etian, way, in him say, or Agrada, Sofo, and in him say, you be decent. Now, the worker tell him who are fed ye, a Tim Noir, a Chubon, a Tim Doctor, no Ancassa, and a Ocassa still, in whom anti achi nti de di kan ba ye no ye no kore na the chronic the bokrat anim ha ndi senior brantie youth organizer swami eya razak kwampa avoria en wotre se aposifo ensa aka no Dr. Opuni trials no judge ne tre se achedodo asamba akopa ye die 6 years nie ko nebra edi akonia basa ememfie nsia nti eno wo kire so enya se ndile sa wom se atemwo de yen kakra wontumi akopɛ na womfa wo bi ntum wa abra nipa kro no so enifo nti asɛm no ndile bi asa kakra yebedu Ghana Baptist Convention Womalanche 60th anniversary. Nwasem ewa Asante region, I recorded 51.6% COVID-19 vaccine coverage. Enti Womaya dear, yamping wonum Ghana Airport Company Limited and Womu pay review. Womu trasa passenger service charge or domestic travels no. Womu and 2 bonum kakra na 5 Ghana cedis. And said that and send Matthew chapter 12 verse 36. But I tell you that everyone will have to give account on the day of judgment for every empty word they have spoken. Obia bebu na konta ewa atem woda no. Atem biara efri nipa da senie no mobaye no obebu ho aten. Now, the insight the Democrat and when ha and what as a electoral commission, a here womu papa womu nisika na etumayafua womu ni womu ye etumampo a year service providers 2022 ika bebrebe ya dema womu womu di ye yo womu ntumi ntua etumayafua ne ka into wademami jemensa infoni abatua electoral commission de ka Etumayafo ni isu so muntua wo musika emfama wonum we na enana okoben en wotre se wo mu ede sobuo bi ato no so na tre se enye nokre enye sa na asam no etie Owura Stephen Ayensu intim oye MPP national chairman wode ne mfani abatua wose 2024 election ensisem bi aba beto dwa tre se MPP mrasebedafo no omu belu su seat nu bebre na NDC bewi ni seat nu bebre ede aka ho eye global info analytics opinion pool ya wode abetu dwa na wo kire se seat ni bebre wo honom a ebefiri nkofo nsa baako kora a wabɔ din wɔ ha wɔtɛtɛ Sylvester Mensah sei n'akonnwa no ɛkɔ ɛnyɛ ɔno nko ara wɔtɛtɛ mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ bebree a ɛyɛ MPP amanyɔkuo no mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ wɔn seat no ebefiri wɔn nsa.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Esinu Asogwe. Kwabena sa no pay nsɛm no bakwa ɛda abɔnten yedi hu kɔmɔ. Ɛyɛ niedi kan minority and ansɛm a wɔde tu dwa about one member of parliament or member caucus member Honorable Samuel Kujita Blakwa. Say ɛyɛ obi antimi use judicial no fe hurehura ɛne ne kaka ho. Anopensu akenkan yɛ poster Honorable Kujita Blakwa na ankasa nso ameki ɛnya ade a wosuro any imprisonment obi antimi yusu emfa nhwehwran bia na yekọ amano so na yakọ akodi nkomo Honorable Ras Mubarak former member of parliament for Kumbungu and so make it post to be or see unimpeachable source thugs dressed up as national security operatives have been said to tail Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa MP. The country should hold the president, the national security minister, and IGP personally liable if anything happens to the legislator. Yankwe na yeni nkomo kakra. Honorable Dasimo Akwa Baba Neat FM so anope.
It's also my namesake.
No, it's Sunday.
Me Sunday morning.
Oh, I see. Nice one.
Akosimu
Afisha fan so em sa fi de di kan me no di nkomo nie.
Yeni nkomo afi me ma afisha pa ma di.
That's right. So, near kind suppose the away, which you send party my source in anything.
Well, I go see what I say. I'm say one gasa as a journalist no. Why you jumache? Minimum than over 12. When you say source be amount information what they when you grow and our source no but sources are made sources are made in respect of this attempt to harass and intimidate and kill Honorable Kujita Ablakwa for whatever reason very unimpeachable.
Okay. Does that no correct?
Obekaya. Some time ago, I think last year or last week, a month for call Honorable Evia Sosu Asori who attempt to arrest him.
Yeah.
You remember that story?
Yeah.
So before they even got there, I had told Sosu say I'm out for the back into take caution. And I also cautioned the minority leadership said so this is a source that has always given me credible information. And there are several incidences in the past same source Makachemia, Abemo. But may then who a woman say be a you are just a be telling no be do it here. Wouldn't pro on a pro edi do it say ukufina or tetatel. That's what the tailing means.
Yeah.
Now and I'm say who an instance where a journalist was harmed and killed in this country now. It wasn't something that I was deep over. Many it didn't come out several hours before I even posted it out. The information I made and Quebec and take certain precautionary. What I would say is the first duty of every president is the protection of its citizens. That in any country, that's the first duty of the government, to protect the citizens. And that is why I said, if a certain member of parliament is harmed, national security minister, and they can way to awaken them on the attempts to threaten, to intimidate, harass, or to even harm the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa. I don't know the level of threat information na meji and say amanfo abodom pema omo tetetete no as to omo tete no aye ne den omo tete no ehunahuna no omo tete no apai ne tiko omo tete no aye den I don't know. And I think say it's not a threat that we should take lightly, because his life matters. You know, the life and the security of every Ghanaian Biano. It matter. As a citizen, no, this is the least I could do. And I use the word unimpeachable because my source has never let me down.
I opposed to no. Ode subo no announce yan fan so omanpanyin se BBC a omanpanyin any security operatives DNT National Security Minister ni IGP, we should hold them personally liable. Se BB to honorable Kujita Blakwa DNT na say we should hold them personally liable. I didn't know kind of sound.
But as I can see, before I'm mature.
Sure.
And we've been here and Chemuno may say Subio. The Oman Penny Bia Yebeyin no. The first duty and the protection of Oman Muno and Crawford. That's the first duty of every president, is to protect the citizens. More so members of parliament. And the Union now the president fails in his first duty here. When I say the good about if the economy not crashing, who are we blaming? Is it not the president? If there are security breaches, equally, is the president that we would have to hold responsible for security breaches. What do I say? And that level of threat with, as I said, I don't know what form it would take, because it could be one of several reasons why a person ought to tell. You know, and we want the security agencies, including the National Security Minister, to be awakened. This is what is happening behind the scenes, and they should take it seriously. That is the purpose, to avert any unfortunate incident. Perhaps it could be said, perhaps it could be said, whatever it is, I don't know. You know, but the person kept insisting, say, look, be sure the message gets to him. And only some everything come over catch you. And I'm a friend of, I think he was in a meeting. I kept calling until I got hold of him. You know, and he himself has told me, said he's not taking it lightly. Whatever security.
But Oji to say bia who bibisa say bi obi ebi dinechi we hu bia ka bia bebi onamana bibisa.
Who say if you are not aware of something now, winning mouth. I mean, say we see ABOAGYE unenam kromi obi titewa ebi kwa wadwe so. And the people who do these things, you know, mostly they are very trained. And I say, oh boy, immediate. So they may do it in a manner who at some point not treat cars. You know, a motorbike or whatever. You don't know. And I don't know. I don't want to speculate. Something they say. Sami Okujeto Ablakwa is providing a good service to the country. It's very important. And Kwabia so one of buying about Ubibia or Kupitia Katasosha and a prayer and a kind of food in our home. We should do it. And you're going to say, I was this is not the first time people have been threatened in our country. Wow, colleague, femme lady. At some point, she had to leave the country. Wow, colleague. Yeah, your colleague, Manasseh Azure. At some point, he had to leave the country. These things are happening in the country. And yes, sir, it is out of the blue. What do I say? Among for Timu Pose, or Modia, Ehuna no Huna, among for Modia, to trust them nobody. But because people are so crazy, you don't know how far they want to go to harm people. And that is why, as and when such threats come up, we need to take cautionary measures. And to put out words, say, God forbid, if anything happens, we would lay the blame squarely at the doorstep of those that I've mentioned in my post, which is the National Security Minister, the IGP, and the President.
Na nti sa atete no for how long now has been going on say obi atete honorable I don't know to me as info no.
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. But me Musa maybe a bit of speculation here. I'm sure that's also allowed sir. Why do you think sir?
Unfortunately, I would not want to spend.
Yeah, no, but why would you think sir obi ebe tete obi bedi? Is it because of Nan saying exposes here warrior about a Reverend Kusi Boateng, and I'm saying this because we share or no any post or just a while ago I can be my chief for now or just say yes expose ya warrior and nothing be a man for person the judiciary the running the kaka but no and a bebon who was say be a obeko prison in the kaka home. Do you think so be to tell now? Is it because of not saying exposes yeah or ye? Because honorable Kujita Black in him say yes. Fine gentleman in Ghana Hanum saying me who say be or you be bonny. Is it because of this, Anna?
I can tell you for a fact, sir, this is not the only expose area. There are several other, perhaps it could be because of this current one. Perhaps it be also active. Or be exposed to be on for any dream, but I would be on the side of caution to speak with facts. And the facts are, as I have told you, that my source is unimpeachable.
Okay.
This is not the first time I've made credible information, and the correct.
You said honorable Ukujito Blackwa, when you'll be a bit me a canoe, very, very vociferous in your home. And post ya or ye. Ebin Subisa said, well, Sasemi are working, say a creso be tena, and Kenya idea obey a post because it was very silent on say obi titeno. However, your account was about judiciary, say you been to me on so prison in the account. So being silent on it, no, just say be and yet idea be no but also or say he's not taking it lightly, me boy.
Yeah, because I mean what people expect him to do. People are entitled to their opinions and interpretations of things. Assembly banner your car will be actually an dream. Now, some people see, not just a fact. The fact is, a source has cautioned there among 40. And as I've indicated to you, that source has never given me wrong information. And I've given you an instance, another MP in the church, leadership of the minority as well, or taking certain actions that incident to the ANC. And I can go as far back as 2012. I started receiving, working with this whistles from like long time ago. In 2012, EC, no more year registry. Former MPB are not award applicable of your friend Justice to appear. You may remember him. The fear honor, not or the honor a center where people are brought from other regions to come and register. If here now, I think it's 4 bedrooms or 5 bedroom house. He registered over 100 people in that house, including the president's brother, MONTIE, who registered in the constituency as living there. It was that same source that tipped us off. And when you Google, you would find that story. Right? So this is a source I've worked with for many years, and we've done things to avert situations or get the NDC in readiness over certain things. Okay, and it's not a source that I would doubt on any day because in Zambia, what come from as far back as of Acheme, Nina have turned out to be correct.
Okay, Honorable. I'm sure that Niwasuno, as a paint TNT, Sabri, me, sure said, and painful tea, yet I see on a paper, and I'm sure said, what boy. All right. Let me show. That's Honorable Raz Mubarak, former member of Parliament for Kumbungu, and artist here in Dink on neat 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedia Suno Asiogwe. So, as I say me about the Tojo, minimum wadrin chair home, over to me, Aboagye and say, Bia, Opeso chair wadrin, your WhatsApp line here 05037211744. 05037211744 and pay a customer buyer and so not no what tree abo. Yakuso, Yankoinim, Cobra, Yanadonim.
Graphic. I mean, I top one. Yera Richard. Only MPP communication director. And now down on here NDC communication director officer agency. Na top one my main fat top the animal can. Ora Richard Ahiaba wa ye MPP national communication director. And was say Abrantia Razak Kwampa Samoa wakaye ya no was set a crown with Jemu video muno. And this Yamanyo control muhumfre no. Afe woman tuning free party nim. Emre bi asafata no nso woman san emfendi no pepe pete said the emrane se esan se eya aba ne yakwa akwato otre wadune na mentre madune anya ntokwasem ni pekum ani mojeshi eguo. NDC amanyoku national communication officer Samijemfi ana wono nso ne mfoni dahe. NDC amanyoku ana omudi adesrede Pesibro ni baka say a passionate appeal. Omu de tell person ko. Adema Ghana Police Service say omu fa youth organizer no bone nche no. Abrantia no a womu akwatene no. Omu fa no bone nche no. Aza kwampa. Ya artist womu akwatene no. Na NDC amanyokuo communication officer Samijemfi and what so Abrantia no asa okasama no broso baby anu odina no ebia said ye no wamusi yi no na bese ewura ne mu ene se wotra call baby ana eni kwan se wokro enti wamu nso asre aposifo se Abrantia ne hojo onye nipa bone enti wamu mfa ne bone nche no. Na page 19 ha ewo daily graphic democrat mu electoral commission at the CI parliament na sa CI ya wode parliament a new constitutional instrument ya eba bese continuous voter registration ya wo memu no eba bese abohu bra public elections ba ye betu obi a Sansakra ena omudeba. Director of Elections ama isi aya Dr. Srebu Okweku and wakatire daily graphic say new CI ya ebese continual registration no ena the omudebe compile new voter register and natural say omakwesi new voter register beba according to the wahei what say a continuous registration and the omudebe compile new voter register and also our hinti omu se ekwan ombefa so a omude sa nsise nyina eti ebeye adwuma wakuriche diaba emrasebejafo kwotena se yeso omu di asem ne tumu a etese omu eti ba abeye adwuma enesa. Na page 22 ho ewo telegraphic monde wan sampa economist ya friend Dr. Said Buache ɛna wɔretu abanfo sɛ saa dwumadie no a ɛkɔ soɔ ɛyɛ domestic debt exchange program no yɛ a wɔ expect sɛ nka international monetary fund IMF wɔbɛtumi aboa yɛn nti yɛn nso yɛntoto yɛn nneɛma yie no wɔkyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ sɛ yɛtena ase na yɛyɛ nhyehyɛmu paa ɛwɔ saa nhyehyɛe no a yɛne IMF wɔ ɛkorɔ no na sɛ yɛanhyɛ saa nneɛma no yie a daate yɛ bi a na yɛbɛdi yɛdɔko no kwa nti yɛnhyɛ na nneɛma a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛde toto akwan mu no yɛmfa ntom yie na page 16 hɔ ɛwɔ de wobɛkrataa telegraphic no mu ɛna wɔde Pentecost panipa a wɔda ya no Apostle Eric Nyameche ne ho asɛm ɛde aba na wɔkyɛ sɛ Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council ɛyɛ GPCC ɛne wɔn ka kyerɛ aban sɛ ɛsa ahokyerɛ aba na sɛ ne obiara ɛnkontributu kakra aban ɛne ɛho so kontributu bie ebetumi anka waban no asɛ ɛso nti ebetumi anka wo nso te waban no so kakra wodi ate so kakra ɛyɛ communique bi a wɔn yi siw yɛ end of GPCC conference of heads of churches and organizations extraordinary national delegate conference ɛwɔ na communique newly elected president Emma GPCC Apostle Eric Nyameche ɛde to dan wɔsrɛ sɛ betumi a wɔn nso ne deɛ no wɔnte so kakra ɛnyɛ ɛno nko awo ahokyerɛ na aba no hwɛ pensioniasifoɔ kura sika yɛ tititi bi na yɛ de asosɔɔsɔ yɛn mfe na pensioniasifoɔ deɛ yɛ te so a adan na aban ne mu nipa nso yɛntumi ɛnte so afei yɛba no sika nso aban die expenditure no nso a sika no nso wɔnte so wɔte saa nneɛma yi so a ɔno nso betumi anya sika kakra na beebi asɛ so wɔde kɔhyɛ na economy ne tumi gyina no ɛno nso etumi egyina na sɛbi yo yɛnyene yɛn ho yɛmmɔ yɛabɔ soɔ na aban deɛ wɔlu so ne bɛɛte ɛma wɔn deɛ no ho ahare no a ɛnyɛ saa ne yɛyɛ no da de bɔkrataa yɛfrɛ ne sɛ telegraphic ɛbɔ mu amaneɛ ɛna no pɛyi na deɛ mede ɛtoa so bio ɛyɛ de bɔkrataa yɛfrɛ ne sɛ teleguide na teleguide yɛ nim ha MPP amanyɔkuo press conference ya wɔn yɛɛyɛ ɛna watrɛ de aba kratafa ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa opani a wɔkasa ayɛ ɛyɛ Richard Anyaba na wɔtrɛ sɛ a debt exchange program a ɛkɔ so domestic debt exchange program no ɛsɛ sɛ Ghanafoɔ nyinaa te aban ase na yɛyɛ no wɔnsom ti yɛn nyinaa yɛ som nkakra because baby economy gyina yi akatom na borɔ no ofa kwasi abu enti kɔnfo bɔne ti wɔ mamu sɛ nkɔm so wɔ mamba a wɔno anso timu bi
Mami kwa manu so na ye ni Honorable Richard Champon a member of the finance committee and sanso Mrashe Bejino Jama Bia East and in Ninkomo Honorable Yadasi mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope na mpo muti sa afishia panso
Apon commercial na yɛho yɛ nna nneɛma akyetɔ yɛ asɛsɛ deɛ yɛho.
Amen. So, domestic debt exchange program. By way of maybe initial comment, so far, send you a call, no, empo, we are ye signing onto it. Technical glitches be a buying or say, and don't you will be kakra, dia might be more, umunya sa problem, no how munya na akwa do a Friday or more coin. Ye din komoya, me bisa se me am se me Daily Guide, page 9, how say government achieves 50% domestic debt exchange participation. I'm not saying sorry. Infoni da how say minim so no dey assembly the two dra. So this whole issue any so far mean to you Wajinche.
I remember asking na there was you. Oh sir, na we no. Already papers no. Okasafa won say nyina yim so.
Minister said, "Was it boy? Me na me wow."
Yes. Now, boy, man, I'm wow. Not be saying if I say, then about the two baby about this. Now, who quarter? Time now, more Bosnia for consumption. Kwaje Euro bond, to KK party. No more John in the past. Invite two woman for KK party. Somebody invite us.
Debbie.
Then I won't buy you put you there. Okay, it's when you know boils down to the point of communicating around the whole deal, I buy and communicating. I buy engagement, by any and all that performance in one thing, anyway, you know, Abba. Because of that, of Mr. A year into the bondholders, arrangement to a home camper. About that. At the change was the Oklahoma. Pension fund and come home. At the back of home, no one put their city. And I'm looking at saying individual sensibilities. Almost actual Picano. Almost any university or government board. Omunyanano, they have been affected. Almost Picano 4 years. About the last bank. I'm so much to baby romance. I'm converted into bond. To convert into bond, no. One of them said, and it has played an elbow. They pay about 13.something billion, ever mature 2023. Some of when you know, and now catch them say, can win your farm. It's almost a buy communication and yet clear. A buy so that kind of clear now, and what just a same program, and so when you do this, you don't get the buy-in from the people. There's no trust. In any case, if the finance minister, MPP for Nankasa can say, Omunyan Siho, not Omofani for Emla, new faces can do proper negotiation to build investor confidence. Almost your pastor budget in your pastor population, being our action, a final negotiation. Now, a car do question good the mono. We have echo you can now say on one or you can go them. So no can't go to question good. That a year out car, the last bit, I was so much 50%. 50%, no, they are talking about percentage. They should give us the nominal figure. Meaning for the making us here. Yes, sir. I can't what doing 33.1 billion. 33.1 billion. Obi there 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. Obi so 1 billion 500,000. When you now come up man, you find it only 1.3 million. 1.3 million no. Also when you 50%, be 50,000 for no half. And I'm saying, the one put 1 billion kakakano. Omudian sign. So who are you deceiving? Kabani is serious, sir. Okay, out of the 33 billion, I have signed 1.3 million, or more kakakano, almost no man sign. No, it's okay, there's a balance. You make some euros. If we can communicate to the members, okay, this is what we are doing. But I buy the tier gimmick, and then I'm home, and I'm on Ghana for the community saying, and then I want to the amount who wants to the door. That Euro bond, you're wasting or you're actually about the shut out. So there should be proper conversation around all these things. And you'll be umpire about that, or man will be collapsing. And when communication is not clear, it's difficult for people to accept any proposal put forward by government. Challenge was it here. And nothing the parliament says, this week, in by Tuesday, when the minister, every people house, near whom progress made so far. So we know you stand a better position of communicating what government wants to do and the benefit thereof. Because we can't tell me so bond put out one time all the program now. You can't trade at the bond. That's a bond need to say paper and put out. I useless. Now let me that's not a buy already bond there. When you not to bond. Because the suspicion will be that if you come up by here, won't you mean here? So, the other one, Baba Bamboo here. I said, I'm funny, I want you to come. No more farmer by here. When it's a financial sector in the people, people begin to look at ways of keeping their money. Either some better say, or the buyer at the day a job, and I better the swimming as me go, or this kind of control bank in the investing, well, bank in the dynasty home. What they do is buy money and sell money. It is a bank and then the figure of my finance of one and come customers. And all to acquire efforts to other banks and not come to be collected, acquiring a bond, acquire trade and sell, collect to a bank. It's all these things, you know. It's feeding to the perception out there. Say a bank way credible. This government can never be trusted. Because the history of this country, you know, this kind of arrangement that other countries, we have a lot of things to learn from those people who have taken the initiative. How did they do it? To get a buy-in of their people. Now you can't sit at the comfort of your office and give instructions. And you're seeker. And you're not seeker. So go to them, beg them, so that they also accept your proposal. It should be a win-win situation. And Oman, everything is not so that you build confidence around it. Let's communicate to when you're not clear. And then will be about this.
I see. So Mimusao, the Bia Ababedu Sesi, any abine soon to say, just as the minister kind, Wamina, memoir, economy no, sending Yama Kwakoduno, say, Yenina Yan Sumudia, a bit crashy, a bit diegu. A woman say, sending a wash as you can say, Yemusa said, dear near Yababedu, Bibia, you do ye. May I sure say be a horror de Sisia, a queen him home seeing him seers. Near ye, no, Uncle ye, and Tinia Babedu Bibia, you do. As a member of the finance committee, maybe I would see Ghana for a womuti and nano pay any near Coswell, yen Yadria, Tanta, any near Kahui. Dear Biom Nebia, or the Becaho, by way of even a form of advice, and I said, Nyaususuku, a buying as a so yes, see na senia or can or say, yam one no, yes, ye, pa.
Yes, I give the 200 and I can want them at my country, my church. They see about 5 minutes about 125. I can't want them. Overhead expenditure in terms of compensation, wages and allowances and all that, they are able to do the other business. Now, what's the year more there? And Ghana must take the lead. Cut back the number of ministers. Go to other agencies. The SOE. There was the handset, 50 the handset, special aid, and all that. It is all company in our know the trust for the consolidated fund. Cut back the numbers. It's all just that. Some of us say, government is being disciplined. Have I seen a church? That's about a discipline there. Yes, so you don't say that by can. And I know that, and you say, some of the minister for you. What's the increasing ministers by one? And me answer, I am Minister of State. And the Minister of Finance. What's a company a year done as a man watching as a number? I did a no. We increase no.
As a chief tennis ministry, you say, oh, any religious affairs, oh, Anna.
I won't go back. Yamia one minister, I didn't see what is I know. I don't know, maybe open ministry for efficiency. But that's it. And when minister, and infrastructure ministry, and then minister, I thanks to baby over because I'm not going to wait for Comedy of the Yamada. But that's it. If you never proper minister, that's one. What ministry do? As oversight, Emma other minister be just to reduce the government. You know, I employ another person to take charge of the ministry. Here, panel here so critical. I minister never into me. Some infrastructure development. About a year. In a year, you can't build 111 hospitals. You know what your mobilization other contractors are? None of them can be found on site. Come back from project. People say, at the right time, we go back to do those things. So you say, government is being prudent. When we have alternatives, when we have advice, they are not buying. Advice here, but the president doesn't care. Domestic debt inquiry 193.1 billion. External debt 382.7 billion. It is domestic port are you leaving a open year to with you. Not yet external 382 billion. Now so that credibility no anywhere. If not a band of temple show this about economy win. And they are listening to the conversation. They are monitoring the process. And this is I know one capacity a German finance minister Okopa China premier say debt forgiveness or more money again. They are writing off some debt. I don't know what that is. Who talk to the premier? Because the Paris Club of China and Cameroon, and he are forcing them to join because about that now they write off some of the debt. So how did we get here? Some of my opinion on them you I come at them I'm forcing the security, the comfort. And yet they never baby ever baby. What kind of people say come up for say they qualify. They are genuine. And then yeah genuine now, they qualify now. They are calling upon us to help you so that you help us. Now the music have a mouth. That's why now music can farm me. What's up on the
Okay.
So government should show the sign, should show the way. When we get to know the government is disciplined now, the buy-in will be there.
Honorable Pierre Das Nyami Shop.
That's the day.
Honorable Richard Champon, Rashabi Junior Gina Hornum say, Emma Ayabia is a member of the Finance Committee and pay need 100.9 and or near Dean Kono. Na Yadasu Jina so many Ura Joe Jackson or Director of Operations Ma Delex Finance. Yenny, Ura Jackson Ninkomo. Ura Jackson, that's it. Mwakwa Baba need FM so anope.
Yeah, Ba. And I'm going to Yamia.
Yenya. And Pomwe. Namia Daruma also.
We radia don't name Pibon.
That's it. Na CCR dear say baby ababe doing near a jabo CCR deadline no ababe trim kra Emma extension kakrebi na been because of some technical glitches as the Ministry of Finance puts it. And I'm just reading our daily guide mu. Deputy Finance Minister Editu just say, oh, amount for no over them say, oh my achieve 50% domestic debt exchange participation. Ti amount for the omwajin papa. Send two so far, senior baby ababedri.
Say kwaba ya kebi ya daneno ya chiano ya extending them say more than 3 times. Me did say maybe ye do no ye do baby ya enye ye depa nti ase betimi aye na adwuma as for that the engineer de and so me did say maybe ye do no na ni ahadwen ya na se bi wo ho na ayesema aban na ontumi ntua no ontumi ni won wa ye odi ye ka no ontumi ni ndi nkita ho a so old yes and will say before yabem and so me bon pie say e be ye do it e be ye fi say sadly we
hear the government in fact Finance Minister Abem said the last time our pensioners won coin kasa no odi tudwa or chair and no ankra so the message odi tudwa I think last Sunday no or chair say well he's done enough engagement oni makasa so ana
Mr. Wo obi di misika akoto baby or the be ade or the be hwe ne ho woni daachi osisika no minchi ama sika no be teso sika no leave so ni mi di ngita ho mi sika ona me no sign krata na osu betia o timi ka se me no di ngita ho ma ko mienu nti ewie and the kind of ebema obi asomati and so when you need to get a man tiasie di nedwuma don't tiasie hwe it is say obi a one ne yere wo ho no akofa ne yere echi want me ka che ne say ye che na want me ka che say na say maka na ba ko maka na mienu maka na mien say ye din be so juju na koma so pacho na o ka ma ne boto ni yem se bia wonye bio Now, what can the back, what can the mean, what can the mean, sir? And look at the Bema, I am the Yano. So, yes, see, and Kitahuna, dear, so the Ama say, depending on Tiasia and in Kitahuna, so yeah.
I see.
And I'm a boy.
Yes, no correct. No correct.
Now, what's the wound to ya? No by agreement. The cat also. Time so ya, what's the wound to ya? What because I'm a canny, my canny be and say, and I know I say, in penny form cry because I want one young cat. And I'm a boy.
No correct.
So, here, ya by no. Oma Bobusa, my intimintia. And so a young Ghana for Yabai. And see, adding what you besum. Then Oma Undi Nino and so many in Casaboko. No meaning here, many say, me bompai so mamping. Tamasia or no say, obey a obey Sanaba in me, obey a Bafukan reshuffling. And you say, or reshuffle keke. No better so. Obeti abino so. Obe Meji ministries. It one door so do. Ministers no door so do. Deputy ministers no one door so do.
Nampacho. Aban so about a reshuffle.
That's how you attitude with him.
Say, I know na why Anna.
Maybe where they say a replacement. I say when you reshuffle at the end of the area. Hello.
So what I miss you?
No, I buy. What do you call? What's going to mean to you? We say, oh, you say okay. You bet you see. Now also then now we want to mean sorry I'm not pa. And kofa a breakfast chinkusia. This was it. Then in Kikahon and Kikahon Dianopa. We are not caught now on a full Nam Gusu, my Namaka Brewery that the sign so. What do you mean, yes, sir? It's also Tivodia so. But Obi, Bimusio, Nasia Timmy, and I so me died the declare and to me the Sacano. So I bet you say, oh, mat, oh, Tima. Yes, I said, most won't be a can, Oman Penny. Yes, no. So, meaning not for a before no name, a yaona, on Sika, a yashino. One bet yes, I was who ye be. And not Gidi Gidina, see a month for a tip or buying I'm buying the moon. A best sign.
Well, this issue about on a buying sododo, one test near the adi. Well, Pentecostal and Charismatic Council Council Eddie Omano to almost OKB. Nyomuka graphic report to a front page of a downsized government and cut cost. Pentecostal and Charismatic Council.
Yeah, so for Omadi one to me, if he kaka home, I buy two workers. One boka won't mean to young Crawford. I said, ma, won't mean to young Crawford. So when you also want to sound about kakra, the son will be able to say, oh, I think so. Was when you now,
is it the case that you say solution no ne say bia or cut down the government size ne cost no na be my bia ye ho betimi ahehan ana just part of it okay
we cut the cost that e be ma sa debt exchange no so itumi agumu kakra ama won a won achi won no okay ma say
yeah
ye be say e ka ho na be so Yaboka, they won't. Yaboka, what's he be cat to? And now you see, a year na ye be na ye bocano. Yes, a year no so.
na toɔ na yɛbɛtwa no ano anyɛ hye ana meboa
sure
sɛ yɛbɛtɔ adaka sɛ yɛkɔtɔ adaka a ɛyɛ 15,000 cedis a yɛnte so mma adaka a ɛyɛ fundaka a ɛyɛ 7,000 na amatoɔ na ɛsɛ yɛtwa ma abusuafoɔ no ɛso aba fam sɛ wotem aseɛ nti sɛ yɛbusua panini ne tena hɔ na ɔse metwa to ama mo a moyɛ mpanimfoɔ nyinaa obiara mfa 1,000 cedis mbra na yɛka sɛ ebusua panini 1,000 cedis yɛ den o ɛne yɛnti fo no so ɛwɔ mu sɛ asɛm abadeɛ nso yɛnti so ne yɛntɔ fundaka 15,000 yɛntɔ fundaka 7,000 na yɛma to na yɛtwa no aba 500 ebi na yɛkɛn
wow I'm to Yedin Komoka cried, Bessie Hanum Siano P. Na, Yejum Wakotua Wajuma, so Jackson, Yami Shopper. Joe Jackson, Director of Operations, my dear Lex Finance. Nina, in a bit to say, you be in common with you now with me at Tiasia, near Kosu or my Ganamu, and until I pay a scene Konya, a day a year and come away at the Brewer, Yanopa Jimmy Dia Sugana Montie, medium which Yami a frame Kwasi 824 is the time, make out to say, and yet. And painful so better chance and pay with studio no say na womo di adwenkyerɛ ɛwɔ yɛ nkɔmɔ ana nsɛm ahodoɔ a aba beto dwonoma aba bekyerɛ ma adwen ɛwɔ ho kwabenamafo ɛka me ho anom sɛ ɔboa ɛkyerɛkyerɛ nsɛm no mu de bon krata no nkɔmɔ no sɛ ne sitie working kind kama ɛde maye ni nyinaa sɛ obɛte ɛyɛ nsɛm a ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ ɛyɛ ɔman Ghana na wetumi aka bi na so di ho agye ɛyɛ amambuo no mu yes ɛwɔ hɔ ma me no mienu nyinaa nti no man pani sɛ be a citizen. Don't be a spectator. I think Finance Minister should organize a very big demonstration against himself that he's incompetent because what we are going through now, he led the country into this predicament. That's Ablade. If you come at Zongo, Takrade, and not free and not buy. Chief Manawaton Sukuma say, I'm very optimistic that the bondholders will have patience with the government and come to a very acceptable conclusion on this issue so that peace can prevail. Chief Manawaton Sukuma say, okay. My name is ABOAGYE. You see. Well, Kwasi, Blueprint, writing from Escado Ketan says, I commend all eligible bondholders, including institutions, for tendering or swapping their bonds, and I encourage them to take full advantage of the extended administrative window to regularize their tender. For this is how we build a nation. Blueprint, writing from Escado. Now, I'm Misko Spelele Kaswa Republic. Undeniably, you don't need a rocket scientist to know that the NDC is best at unleashing violence, as said and confirmed by JDM and the Swami NDC youth organizer, respectively. Undoubtedly, the law must deal with him, serve as a deterrent to others. That's Misko Spelele. And not do with Fikaswa on the buy. You see, the finance minister say, wow. In what way is he going to help them? How? This is ridiculous. That's Kofi Nyame, Japan Motors, last stop. That's Lakeside area, right? Teacher Kujo Tepa Nyenesusu says we should stop the propaganda and say the truth. This government record in development is unprecedented. Ghanaians are lucky to have NPP in power at this global economic crisis. Teacher Kujo, I know the way by. I listened to the tape you played from Ken Ofurata. Please tell him to bring half of the money data bank got from the reckless borrowing they did to help the government. He should also sacrifice half of his money and the country Ghana will bounce back. JG, Edifi North Kaneshi. Nit FM Sunye. Yanko enimi yanto aso. Baba, Boamina
Boamina mensumemwa.
Yeah. Boami na memwao. Boami, yonko.
Yo. Abusuafo mebua no no nso abua me. The Bokrata me de ba the New Crusading Guide. The New Crusading Guide anim ha. Ode abano asam no ankasa de. Ewo kratafa to so miensa. Oye kane Minister for Trade and Industry. The friend of Dr. Kofi Kunadu Apreku. One water says MPP amanyoko akonya to na adesie nyina prebia. No so beginem no akwa akopre. Ta akwanya bam ni ato no so aba na obeye flag bearer. Party ni nkunimdie ya sempo kira se. Enipa eyi wo muti a wo mupesu wo mutina nyina no. Dr. Kofi Kunadu Apreku wache wonum nyina. Dr. Kofi Kunadu Apreku no ye minister for regional cooperation and NEPAT. Ewo kane mampeni John Ejekum Kufu Abreso. Oye fi 2003 kosi 2006. Osa ye minister trade and industry. Ewo 2001 edi kosi 2003. 2008 ya appointing ni say Economic Community of West Africa State Council of Ministers ewo KWASI. Ya wabeye Commissioner for Microeconomic Policy and Economic Research. Dr. Kofi Kunadu Apreku ya tuabama no amwo ba mrase be fie na vote a wonya na nya asam keto. Wadidi bra wudu bebre no anti president die ya simple mano. Na nipa ye wo ho no misisie yi. Kwa na ade ni kodwa so akoton no. Esanse amemmuo ya enkoyi yi. Saafo nyina timubi no wat bench no obi a watena bench a wasa ade animu a wahu baabi asintowo obesese ni nyina kama enti wo sre MPP amanyoko delegate amokoto abe da mo kwa akoto aba na mo kwa akoyi presidential candidate at a new patriotic party MPP amanyoko no a enyi obi a se Dr. Kofi Kunadu Apreku ono na obetumi ade nkunimde ade aba na Demokrate mu ana wade aba no wotre se aban achieve to say 50% participation ewo 80% bondholders ya na wo mu pesu wo mu assign ya na nko mu hihye mu 80 so far yetumi anya 50% ya no eye na Deputy Minister of Finance abena was asare and what they asem ye tuja and what say na nko mu expect say ipa bebre no especially bondholders no yenyamu 80% kura no mo sign ya ade no bedi mu but so far 50% and etumi a participate nti eye na sabat wo mu gusua se ipa dodo no edo mu ho besem bie baabi a ye duru no amfa mo ho ansem ese ya tu na jeje mu a ene that ye nyina ene ya t shape no mu ya ede ye nyina na ekro na Democrat nim ha yayi ene wotre se Premier League eye Ghana de no ebi ebekoso Accra House of Folk coach friend say Sravko Match and what else a rare Tamara United a year RT ya Aliu Mahama Sports Stadium one area almost say woman the Euradia womu atomo a leg no womu betumi age betumi enya abotre na take one mu asem no afede ya ayire enka yenhu ye nipa mpo yenhu say no wote no ho ye ono no wonie but until now yen said hu Ghana ni this year abrante at na goalkeeper Ahmed you san wono de womu e de atuja se basere no nkwa ewo earthquake no a ba ye nti ono de womu akonfirm say womu goalkeeper ya your friend say Ahmed Ayub Takaslan ono de watoa nananom wanse do nti womo amano rest in peace tabo no atwit na womo tese womo wira mfinida obeda go no ya ade pa na sisi a nipa aka womo hye nim kwan eye Ghana ni dese brantie Christian atru yempa rest in peace yebehu no no na no ho ye otinkwam atru ewurade beka no ho ba bia wo hye bia yebehu no asum emu a enkoye rest in peace sembia na ba ko amede ebai na wotre se the anchor the bokrata no anim ha AMA task force fo and yesi adadifo atete a wo motete wo monya asem keto the task force fo na atenkofo gu hanum se ya wo mo buru wo mu task force wa moko yes emra no wani so nti asotu ebe na sese ye de ma ne ye de ama no no afedi wo mu akote adadifo no wo mo bu wo mu ese wo mo bu ba ko a hanum se ya amansa nyina akyere se Accra Metropolitan Assembly task force no wo atie no de wo mu nim task force fo a wo mu ni abotre sei ade aketewa bi no wo mo kontokwa ade aketewa bi no wo mo kontokwa enti kwasanto kwa ne agahwe bayire ene wo maka ne nyina aburum wa hanom a wo mo kontokwa yi ba konsu nie ena AM task force fo apagya ne nan a wo mo twe ne fom yi enti task force fo no pa de ade aye frene sa abotre wo mu ni ba kokora wo mo yama wo mo ye no tada ensani na NDC George Opariado ena wo mu teso ono nso brag na ne brag ya wo brag ye no ya posifo response a wo mu de ba so wo mu sisa brante no ate no ena George Opariado ka sehwe wo posifo mo ka se mbotumi ate anipa no ade a ye de be ye mo kura mo ka se first no a ye tena ho no mo a mo tietia ye fa ahodie so no ye betena ho nanso ne mo tietia ye fa ahodie so ye mpene mo da nso sa asem ya George ya do e ka nyina NDC for the krata ababon abepa aposifo cha wo se abrante no ankasa yiye nti wo mo mfa nche no hu no mobo no wo mo mfa nche na next time umbe guidance wa se ne kasa yi na ba ko amede ba Ghanaian Times katafe to sonkron onanyamfo Dr. Kesa to forsen edaha and what is a national cathedral project no and somewhere woman no fe kura na wo de bebre eba sa de aba be sin ko de ya tetbet and somewhere wom wo mu be yi ne sa paso ade ba ko e de ni nyina ba na wo mu ka tre kana fo se titiri wa MPP ni aban e na atemu adwumakuo ni se obi antumi ntiati wo mu fa ahode so wo mu yes citizens wo mu nya spectators ade se tokuro mu asese wo mu kofa ba de be ya aban be gina ne na so enti nya tan no obi tan obi sa ya te se en obi tan sofo no na de bia no de ne ho nsam ato abonten nya sa na tie eye o man no en wo mu pani yie enti expose ne de wo mbe koso aye Attorney General Godfrey Adame wada hanum sei ena wo ka se Auditor General wotinye report na wo de beto abonten na ni kwa so wo de report no ba sa ya nya de sa enti ogusu a o kyerɛkyerɛ auditor.
Well, Enra Manyako New Patriotic Party ayen central phone shimu edin sembi editu dwa anope ye jinche mu ye ebia ensemo mo de tu dwa no wante anope adama ye kwama no so na ye ni Deputy Director of Communications for the New Patriotic Party right next to Usubempa ewa amano so na yenji kakra mfini honum sei na yenhu asem teacher no mo pese o de to Ghana for nyina enim oviada asem akwa baba ni TFM so anope Empomwe. Okay. So, enra modern some to Ghana for nim. The Democrat time here daily statement. The NDC has evil plan for 2024. NPP wants justice against youth organizer. So which one maya and in some one with the two dry be a Ghana for no pay see a tibia. Asem no any sempa.
Idi kai mepia o.
kyɛ wɔtiefo nyinaa sɛ naano yɛnka bi nhyiam na yɛte sɛ NDC Swami youth organizer some here program bi wɔ na aberanteɛ no ɛtu no no tu pɔ ɛne adwene ne susukuruwa a ɛwɔ ɔmo ati mu a ɔmo mpanimfoɔ aresahyɛ n'ano sɛ ɔmmra na ɔma abɛka ɔntu ade ho ne nneɛma a ɔmo aplane pɛ sɛ ɔmo yɛ no election 2024 akwasi sɛdeɛ mpanimfoɔ bu bɛn no ɔmo se ɛsie hɔ yi ɛba na adwuguru mu a obi apom atwɛre ahyɛ ntoma mu nti ne sɛ aberanteɛ no asɛm a ɔkaeɛ no ɛnyɛ asɛm a ɛyɛ asɛm a ɛyɛ traa any responsible political party anaasɛ responsible individual anaasɛ any Ghanaian a ɔte obiara ɛbɛfa asɛm no traa as a political party the transia ni hu say asini abranti ya keino enye onu ankasa na dwene e no de kan asasem no na emum empanimfo bi a wo fi a yebu nankarefo na omuntimi nka na omadane nankarefo no omka ho bi na yedi ni say yemlemu obiara sɛ ɔmampani dada John Dramani Mahama ɛna ɛhyɛ aberanteɛ no kutupa sɛ ɔnkɔka saa asɛm no
ntina ɔtwem saa ɔka no saa
na kwaku na wei yɛkɔ agyina ne abua yɛkɔ agyina kwasi aboagye yɛnte kurom na 2020 elections ɔmampani dada a watra Ghana akonnwa so asabi woni mmra edi mmra de Ghana yedi tumi nyina hye wonsa na yedi ye campaign na utimi ko gina voter region to wanum tuo ka kire Ghana fo nyina ze obia ni won mo wo Ghana hanom a oye political party a onima tutu asem die tutu asem etie tutu asem asitimi die hu kasem ni hunte no oye ne edi agro ye aduane a omudie chen NDC amanyoko I mean, I'm kind of Ibuzao. Maybe I'm kind.
Wow.
Former president of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, was the NDC, a bano winter, Oyene, a Hukasam, Yamfa Bamu between Young Kumubi, Tutu from Kumubi, Ono yen count shanye yen omo de oma jimu tintiman Ghana how e ba na say we yen ni wite ni e wu kasem a political party bia ni wo Ghana hanu a onim sa de no tiase a omo de oma ye revolutionary background e ye omo duane omo tie party no furu ma ho na free inti Ghana for nye careful say omo kasa omo unleash violence on Ghanaians Ghana for this was from the former president of the Republic of Ghana. Kwasi, ya kwe ni muno. Political party ben ya tuaba. From Kwasi Penso a me manifia abiwe Pempe College a ebesi 1992 a mi hu abato power Ghana hano. Political party ben the general secretary ya tuaba wi a. Utimi batakari swai ekun ewo Ghana ha eka se won tiase no ahakotade no inciting the party followers the omonko electoral commission na omonko swai ekun wo apart from NDC general secretary ne we chair my friend Johnson Asiedu Nketia da o mampani dada Mahama what is waka se Asiedu Nketia batakari ya wushi na suni faso na urugu na election yeto da impunity at the highest level. And a Ghana for so. O man penny that me coachina baby. no wa super judges ɛwɔ Ghana ha yɛn nananoma judge fo a sɛdeɛ nyansafo toto wura a wɔn de mmara na yɛ adwuma a mmara dadeɛ na mmara ɛna wɔn de to a saa yɛ nananoma judge fo wɔ mu ana ebiri bi yɛkɔto aba wɔ Ghana ha 2012 ɛma polling station bi obi tumi twerɛ 270 polling station ayi God is love ni yɛ kyinkyim obi nsa ni yɛ de abatoɔ na ma obi yɛkɔ court ma these evidences si pie yɛn nananoma judge fo no hwɛ case no ɔmo se judge for no ɛnan se o yɛnti aseɛ yɛ support MPP case ɔmo de baayɛ enum sese ɔmo support ɔmampani dada John Dramani Mahama nti yɛmfa tumi ne ma no
ba onim sɛ saa
judge for ya
onim sɛ nea okay ɔmo so ɔmo de bi bɔ mo and indeed bɛm sɛ ɔmo
kwasi manlandi a wonti ase ma me kan me bɔ asɛm bi pɔ
ba wo sɛ mama brɛ mo wakyekye mu mama wakyekye ni mu ba I'm saying sɛ nea wokan ni nyina so bo a wo de ana nea ma wo kyese okay NDC ɔmo yɛ vale ɔmo so ɔmo de bi bɔ mo and sɛ krata fi ɔmo national communication officer ɛhɔnom say by on the 7th or can be and I'm not me sure say be away who krata no okay 50 paragraph 3 no say it is an undisputable fact that state sponsored violence and thuggery has been the modus operandi of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia NPP government. The Akufo-Addo Bawumia government have benefited and continue to profit from violence as we witnessed in the Ayaso West Wagon by-election, the 2020 voter registration exercise, and the 2020 general election, during which 8 innocent Ghanaians were murdered by state-sponsored bandits belonging to the ruling MPP party.
Kwasi, I am so disappointed. So we desire you justify something.
It's a question I'm putting. I'm just saying. You
know, I respect you a lot. You're a media personality. Why you juma we ache? You see, adia ya na hu a bomb mine say mine a kum mine and they say Obiya himself 2020 elections. A lot of things happening at Ghana. Obiya him eyadia Ghana for him say elections are koye and you might be CCC nancy sen case. Aya was so West Wagon as a moking. You will chroma Emma Yechi NDC party full soldiers war East Legon police station which I'm a living witness. Yakofa Mrantie macho men omba betam ballot papers de ko share a dem baby ani nyina ba dia party for ye your non person mo ye o matu ani suade hu no be ya your friend is saying security agencies stop them. I'll be any mukruma. They don't you where there a brantia na babontia be making declaration which is very key what to na numu asai okun se Ghana ni ba biara ekoto aba NDC fo abopo se wu MPP ni no nam ho a fa ba bonitim tamtuo fa bono na kum no na gitumi kwasi asembe na abeso kanu sa asem we okai ono se ne mpanimfo no national executive fo ayi omo no and on my show mukutupa o pabu state no my boy Nino ewa hanum say and I personally condemn asema it is dangerous for this country. I personally condemn it. Sa asema okai no and I yenso ye irresponsible political party like MPP they are responsible and can you be incite a youth to get up kwaku. That you know the repercussion of this in the country's security. It will take an irresponsible political party with irresponsible leadership. Almost many of mine when they issue a reckless statement. Because I know they see anymore. It yanka say a bribia charges so kroma ebe kumo Ghana for some confirm Daniel say yeti kroma no ye kum charges bi okroma Emma Manyo Kobi Beki, Yema Menum Kucha Munamum Pre. It is Abiamano, Yema Menum so sorry say a political party has rendered an indelible mark, political violence on the people of Ghana, which will remain an indelible mark in the minds of the ordinary Ghanaian people, especially those people in our strongholds in Ashanti.
So NDC so amo pacho.
No.
Almost see amo pacho. Nyabutre pacho. No nyabutre. Almost say amo pacho. Abranti na nkasa yi.
No.
Nyabutre
it doesn't end there.
No pacho nyabutre me ba. Nyabutre ba. Almost say amo pacho abranti na nkasa yi. Omo mfani o kan so. But senia okay. NDC for.
We want President Mahama. Onu na ye omu leader obeka say. NDC a revolutionary background. Omu di omu ni matutu asem ye. Omu di omu twima, etwin konti ma timi kum nipa. Omu party no sa na ne furu matie.
Ba omu si omu si MPP mu nya son. Omu si MPP mu nya son sa. And omu site so many omu si omampanyi kra no ebere bi etwa no kan all die be die. Ora Kennedy Japan ensemu ababeka omosi ora Samie Wuku ensemu ebere bi etwem wode tu dwa Anthony Kabo ensem bi wode tu oma site ni nyina.
Because you see when you do that, you make the ordinary Ghanaian find it very difficult. What you say? Asemu awokano Akufo-Addo has never in any way make a declaration just to suit his political agenda. Say MPP, if your political ideological background they have violence, now you to trust him. Nobody should tempt us. Say sorry, say to trust. Akufo-Addo has never said that. That all that statement. And you recall political analysts. Now for Motoso. Now you share the analysis of all that and the context of declaration of a whole by John Dramani Mahama. Yes, but you say so. You make a question. Me say John Mahama so a responsible leader. O person be Ghana so be ma we Ghana so. O you responsible. Say President Kufuor. O you former president. Say former President Rawlings. Omra Bontino me condemn this reckless statement. Omra Bonten personally, because you're there with your best, you're not the ones na befi. And a penny bonny no tifie, I renanka, no one can be your nankare for. It's Omra Bonten, he is the leader, he is the one inspiring the young ones. Onona inspire and the general secretary and the chairman of the political party, no sorry, I know Shakotadie, catch them penny for say, and Kwalano ko Abontinum ko read violence, no. Omonfa elected or no dos in the Sidun Ketia. We don't need Sami Jemfi to come and tell us they rendered an apology. We want John Dramani Mahama, at least he has been a former president of this country, to come and condemn it and condemn this act of recklessness and barbaric mentality.
Okay.
And yes, sir, the repercussions, they catch the IGP said, you dana say, and need a swift move to make sure, say, lawlessness, no recklessness of irresponsible political parties like NDC, Omon Semo Mokekano, Edi Uyeni Bebakana, MPP, a peaceful political party. Ya demonstrated Ghana for say. When it came to the timer, Domama and Kasa timer, you call Supreme Court na Kibu, you booty Anona, judges no Kasi say Anka was sorry. Because sorry, inciting the party for near Shedun Ketianum. Come sorry, inciting party for Obi two elections, or when so lusu. Elections 2020, Shedun Ketiaka and the party members, the parliamentarians, or TV Chrome, no one demonstration. And no, the peace of this country was threatened. Also, after 4 years later, or see no money in Asubian court. And this is a political party that Ghanaians look up to as an alternative. See, I am so disappointed. Kwesi, I am so disgusted. Just such a political party. Let me tell you, Kwesi. Before President Rawlings Obabewu, or the Abufo, and the Kwasamado, because of their reckless nature of the leadership of the NDC. Some of the secrets will come out in the coming week. Just our political party, we alternative Ben or more than Magana for. Alternative Ben, other President Mamo Mebu Amamoda. 84 years oba bedi no a opese Ghana for no na kwanya no yemfa abani atuo nkum krofo no medi just 4 years no kra no uhwe makwasi IMF conditionalities grow woman no say oba na say God forbid it will never happen so oba first 2 years what we nyahwe last 2 years no oba no ono so no timidi 2 years in the cabinet ministers there's no president about it 2 years at the cabinet ministers na just I can 2 years no dey ba dey no ba be ejekum otiase dadampo so e saman no wo akoda nsamapo yenim kwa yenim na sadada kwa yenim na sadada o enye nne ene yebehu John Dramani Mahama mamu okrum ha dum so ana se confirm tutu ko Burkina Faso ana jida ana sada ana den
all right
again no dey bantia yenko twi kontima emekum krofo Ghana ha just because what be di mampenida am ye hunu wa mamu bone no wa mamu tantan no wa mamu fun wa bebu no krom anti yemfa wo ka kyen kwala se wo hyen kwala kutupa ten kwala mfa aba ko bobo enkofo opponent tim ne kunkum krofo yen twa tu
okay Kofi
da wase kwasi mi di wie ma mi wie neba ye MPP ye message ni say ye da police mpanifo ase any swift action o mateki reckless person bi o Ghana ha or your political party person will be making such irresponsible statement, and now their actions and inactions will destroy the peaceful coexistence of this country. Emrano enemy. Yes, I can be able to say, Omanpenita da John Dramani Mahama. Omra Bontin, no me condemn this act publicly, just like he stood in the voter region and made such a declaration, a inspiration. The young ones so mokasa omra bontin no meka ye to so me ensan kwasi MPP yenye hufuo sao yenye hufuo ito omun kanu sa leadership no ba koyi omo twene se omo ye kankeli esa omo de ahwiti asem ne yi no omo ye kwasi me de bewe na omo e be na me bunutie nie esisie wo ye ba na dwugro mu a no bi apoma twede a hyentomam bawie
that's ya no pe nyame sure papa. That's Ernesto Subempa, Director, Deputy Director, Communications, New Patriotic Party. On the pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie so and was so good. Eyo meba.
Utie oha extra punk no. Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura dia ka ho. Uhade a wapi ho. Ukasa batete. Eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear say this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye bishop free gymnum no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ni yenum. And this one what ya no a, he se kire wom, kwakwo wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agya to se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha extra punk no. Needs FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this and papa, Cassia Bo, Kowaka Tamonsa, Amaya said.
Trodo, Kamadine Kamadine Bo, Nita Mayentie, Kosia Waji 100.9.
Kwesi Monkwe.
Do you expect the Ministry of Finance to be telling you this morning?
Looking at what we have been able to do, being really very clear on where we are as a nation and what part of the contribution you want to. So I want at least one of you to tell me exactly what it is that is so egregious.
We know that you talk about moving from 0 to 15, but you see, none of us contracted bonds at 0%. So it's hard for us to even make a comparison from 0. Whereas we look at it from what terms we accepted when we took our bonds that were issued. And if we are haggling over 3%, that should tell you how dire our situation is and how vulnerable we are. If 3% means so much to us, so that's what we want you to look at. We are asking for you to totally exempt us from this program. We are not that many, you know. You know the total value. You do know that a third of us or so go beyond 5%. But those 5 years. But you know, when people were buying bonds, they saw the terms of the bonds and they had objectives. When they bought bonds, their objectives are that they are looking for maturities to match certain plans in their lives. And that is why people picked bonds that they picked at the time that they did. So even though it's a good thing that you may be wanting to bring some people whose bonds mature way beyond 2028 to that point, bringing it forward to 2028 or so, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing that you are doing for them, because they have their objectives and they know why they picked the bonds that they picked. But please, we depend on our coupons. We've done all the math. We know what to expect. We know how to add that to whatever other income we get, either from Social Security or whatever. We've planned our lives around these bonds. Some people, when they do the computation, they tell you that what they are going to be getting per month or so is just like 1,000 cedis or 2,000 cedis or something, but they have planned their lifestyles around it. So please, total exemption is what we ask. We are not many. Please look at us and do this for us. We are vulnerable. We don't want to be a burden on you, on the country, or on our children. We want to be a burden on ourselves. And so we planned our lives in such a way that we will be a burden on ourselves. So please, we know that you will give us some good hearing and consideration. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for this. You know, the challenge that we have is that we have an economic crisis. We do have an economic crisis. And I think if people truly want the elongated bonds, that's easier to do. It's less burden on us. We thought, you know, really, and that was one of the huge things that Dr. Edward Anani and co were saying, that look, this 12 years is too long, I'll be dead by then. And so we found it, you know, necessary to find a way to bring it to 5 years. The question that we have is that if we do not get our economy stable, you know, your 18 or 40% or whatever would mean nothing. So it is crucial that we get this economy stable. It is crucial that we ensure that our foreign exchange issues are resolved so that there is integrity in whatever numbers we put here. And the question that I'm saying is Boame Namensumemboao, because I need to make sure that the economy is stable.
adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Temunsa Amaya se Kasia Abwagye Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine men kamadine bo Nitafe Mumayentie Kasia Abwagye 100.9 Kwesi Bonkwe.
In December 2022, we invited all holders of Ghana's bonds to volunteer to exchange their holdings for new bonds whose terms are compatible with our desired downward debt trajectory. This invitation was within the context that for Ghana to reach the required debt sustainability threshold of debt to GDP of 55%, it was important to review the interest rates and maturities of the existing bonds. Having listened to and acknowledged emerging concerns, we have recalibrated the framework of the DDEP with the following constituting the terms of the improved and enhanced offer. 1. All individual bondholders who are below the age of 59 years, Category A, are being offered instruments with a maximum maturity of 5 years instead of 15 years, and a 10% coupon rate. 2. All retirees, including those retiring in 2023, Category A, are being offered instruments with a maximum maturity of 5 years instead of 15 years and a 15% coupon rate. All retirees, including those retiring in 2023, Category B, are being offered instruments with a maximum maturity of 5 years instead of 15 years, and a 15% coupon rate. The objective of this is to ensure that individuals, especially retirees who put their hard-earned savings in our domestic market, are not left in hardship as a result of the DDEP and yet contribute to the resolution of our current crisis. We have been intentional in pushing the threshold of what is possible in order to safeguard the well-being of our pensioners, preserve the savings of individuals, protect the working capital of businesses, and ensure the health and stability of our financial sector whilst restoring macroeconomic stability. Indeed, since the first announcement of the DDEP, the government has engaged in good faith discussions and extensive stakeholder engagements with all groups in order to reach a resolution that ensures an orderly path out of our economic challenges, anchored by a sense of community and empathy. Ladies and gentlemen, these significant amendments have enabled government to reach an agreement with key major domestic creditor categories, including banks, insurance companies, capital market players, and foreign holders of domestic debt in relation to their participation in the DDEP. Undoubtedly, the participation of the banks, insurance companies, and the securities industry under the enhanced DDEP is a significant milestone which represents a response to a call to national duty. It is a critical step to restore macroeconomic stability, accelerate Ghana's economic growth under an IMF program, and leverage other international financial support. On the back of these recent developments, the comprehensive agreement of the key stakeholders and the enhancement of the DDEP, Government 1 expects the full participation of institutional stakeholders and mobilization of all qualified investors to ensure the success of the debt exchange operation. And 2, encourages eligible individual holders to voluntarily tender their holdings. Frankly, fellow citizens, non-participation or a lower than expected turnout for the DDEP will prolong efforts to resolve the current economic crisis. In addition, the prospects of international financial support and other financial assurances will be jeopardized. The development could further put strain and stress on government's capacity to honor key commitments. This is not what we want for our economy. What we want is an economy that is back on track, stable, vibrant, productive, dynamic, meeting the needs of individuals, households, and enterprises, delivering shared and inclusive growth and improving incomes and livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the final deadline for this program, and we are hopeful that all domestic investors will participate. Let me restate that as a government, our singular motivation for taking this rather difficult road is to restore macroeconomic stability, achieve debt sustainability, and get the economy fully back on track. We know that these are necessary preconditions for creating jobs, safeguarding and enhancing incomes, fostering inclusive growth, and restoring hope to Ghanaians.
Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan klanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Uhade a wapi ho. Ukasa batete edafom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba warrior. Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pan on the enum. Ye bishop free genome no snack. Ye yaho who I don't yet serve woman. Ye did really a pebibia bog we had yasua. This way chocolate drink in the enum. And at this one, what's Yanua? Has such a woman, cocoa woman, brick woman, bibia woman. I don't hear any social.
This way chocolate drink.
You hear any social.
FDA, I just said you didn't crack to more jet to say a ye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime.
Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Needs FM.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. All the Sampa. Kassia Bo. Kowaka Tamunsa. Amaya Sa. Onye yimu, nukretrodo, kagremen kamadini bo. Nitafe, mumayentie, Kwasi ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwasi Monkwe.
Ye babe din command pay me penny for me and sa transi o studio no hanum say ye babe di ayen komo. Banasco amponansa of the MPP at transi Kwasi. It was cool. Say no see. I'm here there. Kweko Subana Hene of the NDC and Felix Mante PPP and pay for him. Menyasa, who say me microphone be tia o kasa. You are not Felix one yard. Are you saying say call Jones on my point? Because I just say call Jones and my point ana.
Send no message here. Call Jones that's what we can just say wumpa.
Echo. Chasema Felix e kan anum say. Who person just say call Jones on my point?
Me kasa. Me nyo call Jones asem na make.
Asema de ba me am
the team now.
E tokwa no me dey
team now dey o mapado. Omodu, omo kan samo esiso.
E tokwa na o dey aba na me am pesa me dey swa o. E wo hanum say no wa. Say yes. Echo. Eti we fan. I know Butugaso baby. It's a fresh people. Beat 100.9 Heart Builders Real Estate for a year and Sase Hunsem CCR dear. Obi kan ba akoto asase na obi ebu nkrata ewo ho enye papa ene ne ka ho oyese okwa akosi dan na dan wo ba odi anwea ne ebo kogu so na obi aba na one wo ba abeko na ensem no bebree enu nti na mse pe asase a wo ha obi eni honom sin asem bi eni ho nkrata sem no eye kama daachi obi ema mebu dan ngu ana ma metu Heart Builders Real Estate for asase omo ne our future planners womo no mo planning eye my city no edi amayen omo won sase a omo ton ebi oningo pram Shy Hills Nichopoli ebo no na nka 25,000 ni 20,000 and so because of a promotion aye no ya teso edi aba 15,000 Ghana cedis enti bomodiana hwehwe echi akwan obetimi afrɛ was 0241 665200 0241 665200 or 0593 244322 0593 244322 Heart Builders Real Estate enyen sase pet ebetimi aboa nso na wesi eye edan no roofing na ope eye blocks a wo de besi dan no na wo pe borehole kra betu bi ofia ebetimi aboa na wetimi etu bebi bia asase no nse nsuo kure ni ona se opese eboa ebetimi aboa no etu borehole no wenye nsuo a wo ne Ghana waterfall ni asem bia architectural designs a pese oye ma efie no ebetimi aye aboa biodigester ene yeko enim enkan no betu manhole tin sisi ade yenya ne sabio yefre bibi biodigester no tia afebo na chese wo hono musia eno nso no yeyebi Heart Builders Real Estate inti bomodia pay share kwan ye wa Shyman ye ni Mandela Park no enedi nhwenim enti hwehwe echi akwan na oni emedi nkita ho asase 15,000 no unye mufa na de ba asase ne ma ho kwan na wetimi ahya ase esi wudan ye beboa nkakra before abehu na so aba abeye efie wura empo se wunya emu efa na kakra bi abenya de ba beto ase no bra na oni emedi nkomo ewo ye office a ewo Shyman Mandela Park no eni edi nhwenim obetimi afrɛ mo 0241 665200 ana 0593 244322 men flash frɛ o flash ya phone beshi ana kroya na no ofima bushon ya omede motoboard ni ono de obehwim phone nti frɛ omo na oni omu ni eye nkita ho papa ene ya Anasko akwaba
yeja
afisha fan sem sa fi mi shia
afe enko mra mesan ye ho yenko so ntena ahondi mu nhye awrade anumnyam nse no kre ne se afi nhia afi ankasem se aha na the second place Messi share da nkwai my tight kakra
okay
ayi Felix Manchada Roma edumaso de asoa me nti mintumi MP papa but nyame adom ende na wo se kwan bia so
otimi ba
penny any that here was send me send them bride na wo se mitumi be fem any dey so am wo ma ETFM eti4 ne was so take kundwa mu no na kwa bia so se meja bibia ba nti me wo ye nyame adom me wo ye pa
Alex afisha pa
KWASI
nyame bibia bokọ de that's it
enfenchi ama
nice
nice ask on yeah say me
oya rika je
bana hene
ngrofo bebre Eric Betra
bana hene
o mze yamia
unza wo se no
no na se me na me panyi
aye panyi ona di wachi ana ona
me papa
abadia munua anyway mu Asia team say na
okay
nti yenchia wo nim say ne no meka bia ne mpai Maminchia Echo Jones me deputy akope Echo bia wo bia micha next week obeba ababe Echo no one can be etimi nchia ye na
that's it. Kweku Subana Hini of the NDC Kweku Akaba.
Yo, just one up.
Afisha paso. For Joso.
You mean share no wish ya.
No correct.
Ya odi ya na wo ai adenti ya kan na do ho anum. Kwasha wo nim kakra. Ya de. It's oja krom.
Yeah.
Ti yemo akwaba.
Enia. And say wo be why tuntum. Tuntum no ya na wa sekire.
Yeah.
Na hanum de black e bi nim favorite color. Obi a black but probably no obi a black and I just say inyasem papa ade ato ne ni ana bibisa so entiene se o papa ofri mu yi ayi am se bronya bosum no ofri mu ti efina yes efina mo ba be pen krabe kwa utafo February ni da to so ye edu enwotwe ntimi fan se meme nde ya bai ni na awotwe me ya sure se ahoboa no ekoso
ye guso me say na woni ha da me ba afternoon show but your friend me 12 o'clock say wo na maje penny ya se me ba show no it in fact me ba
na announcement na moye na munja ni amoye
me ba na ayedin pa na ofa da kabre na wa ha me ne ye show no ewie ye if you all edi na awotwe da ya entoto ya be sin me say unyame ya adomo a eye next week brenda no na ye bepe akra bia ti adofo nyina emra meja ye na ye mpe akra
Felix ade to unu ani o
so was yamane yakọ yeah so yeah
18 February
yes
Bautafo
yes of KWASI mame so mem fax akwan we yeah regional secretary yeah regional last today is
so Greater Accra
yeah Greater Accra
oh PPP amanyuko
PPP Eugene Barry Congress this week yeah we were contested I'm do so abetini am contest PPP binanga mo guzo oh sa question we won so obi bisa once monka I pass the electric commission bana hene tie the moment I will be a question.
You discuss more political party.
The moment I will be a question. Obisa a question. Obodi mbeya.
PPP.
Obisa no hwan na obisa no.
Communication director.
Ni nti no ko bisa question say. Ibi form wo hwa. What answer do you want?
Osu no mo nto. Wo hwa ni atama ma.
Bana hene nyawo abotre.
Felix o ye communication director.
Bana hene nyawo abotre.
Na oba bi o ye ti o ya ye ni women organizer.
Kwaku. Benyesa.
Bana hene.
Yes,
bana hene yeah inni ashnya a pin with setting unim the principle appointment or leadership into one
political perspective
you don't just try
Congress MPP boy you
under so
empacho enyewu na eyi kwakunyewu na define existence or non-existence of a political party me yanko enim yeah
was not got you
me yanko enim but yan shas you han say esan say banasco room no or the assembly eto ha bem say na otwe di akotene pa and nra yedwumedie so yedi ho nkomo and senior not what can was him so interest until I'll give him the opportunity now. Probably we'll start off with that particular issue. No I share why drink check a crowd issue yi efa a branch bia with free mu West Hills Mall. I am sure say for Mate. Ni nyina na say police for umususu say police for na womo bo no ana bia womo manhandle no broni kan ye na ma free mu ni nua ba a friend of perpetual didie or your gospel nyum tuni a video ema sa video no echi no Ghana Police Service for 2 na mo so mo yehu hwehwemu enro akrata bi epie ba Ghana Police for mo be update yen o makwa post mortem chese o ma papa emu no o mo papa no o mo chese we are ya chechire wo robem be yan wotwe o mo yifi ni minimum na o mo susu se enye so o mo susu a doctor for omo sa nimdie na omo papa emu ni eche adekura ma oku obi no omo che se Sadia no susu se enu si inframa se wo home komi no si kwan enu nti ena ofe mu hwere no nkwa yɛne ɛyɛ MP nsu a wogina honom sei ɛma Jomro a sa brantie no honom sei na constituency mu honom sei ofi afo tofe honorable yɛne ni di nkomo mo amutie yedwumedie na no anopa no mote ho nsɛm mamen enye Banasco na dwenche ni aikosi Banasco
Abadi mesan chia etiefo nyina na yendo mwase omafidie no dasoda edikan mamen chia Ghana fo nyina na memfa ne mu kase nkoma me anto mu fo Central Region ne titiri we skumodo bembra kwade hye nyina na menda eye papa kru na na kwa ofusu menda na sepa twa na no pai reto na se opera dia bebi anana kwa ofusu wa no pai bia no ana onkwaso medase ene de wode ye ma me meni aso pa ese so nyina no koso ababo ese ya ase enti de hwewa na ye besrewa na mabo ese minshirawo nana kwa ofusu bia wo bia emne na na kesi ya onu so mitia no abagye sama me akwanya na me a me doba third born member girls no doctor so 3 ma set record they were efua ne umunyina Friday the separation is the third born the birthday and the 10 years efua inshira ya ban ichiana no pe inshira emano nyina so inua mse topic a wode ato no se de wudi kan no ya de a me were the greatest interest was who say assembly to me see na ama akai dademu ase adibia ato pen na 20 years ago 23 years ago the year 2003 asem na mekan abajon say ya me ho aju kra no hu se mani nesem ye basabasa yese nyame anum nyam menkem bu obi anim tia sabaje me metiwe me num nsada never taken alcohol before in my life think I say obi num any banana so ibibi neither have I smoked before but those days I'm a bobo no very aggressive training shame is like sing the tail come jogging e bar menisu kaka and it affected me a lot because we go training college the same thing my teacher be perspective I'm a shoe on monitor me out to say me I don't even drink let alone smoke what you are doing stop you baby na mabe na kola police ni bi ba yekrom na adwin ni se mehye enti obepe kwan bi so ache that my knowledge one day my co training na me sheshe gumi ko hey mama kuku at me ko police station I say my own when you get there you see it's okay that time na me training college second year at least I was a little educated. Let me left from the right. I say okay. Oh, go me uncle Fanny. When you invited me, I've not run away. I'm moving with you. So why do you want to handcuff me? Until no alarmed. Or yes, or to me botomuno. About you tell me. So lucky. Or yes, organization botona shows I'm mission. Or yes, organization but I'm born in. I don't know why I did that. And I be free in the same toy. Look at us, master. And then I can audition bottom. So I am speaking with a personal experience. The year 2000. Asem na making. Anna, yeah, there no. Not say we should go there. See, you call you go do one. Say now why so for why then? If you didn't do so for why then? When him name me na was store ha. Name me na ya ko no ko to ade no no ni a otetema. Ti vacation na bia waba. Na the Mexico na. Nti onyaka sa apena afi oye we kakra ana me no mo say bibi afi ni same to enti me pese me hu ade kro then I started speaking English so they saw that at least we onye omo a o say when they come to the village they take it so bia ye sabi kwase ni tete kwa onko ba bia da then I also started using English on them say no I want to see what he wanted to place in my pocket I will call the inspector fortunately the inspector so tie ye fi abron science ro I say I will go to the inspector and call him
Why did you want to put something in my pocket? It's been in the paper and a police for years. Oh, also for jai. Also for jai. We in basa when you know issue. Saudi jai nako. Apparently, he wanted to plant me in my pocket just to prove his point. Say, what did you? I am speaking on a certain basis. It may me say yes, I have a personal experience. In the year 2000, I was a young guy in the teacher training college. And I'm a makom man. So, asemwa abeto wa yekan. Look at the reportage a year West so small. CCTV camera no capture. CCTV camera no capture scenario of somebody on the ground. You know. To me today, obi a good handcuff. It could also show us somebody who a handcuff has been released and has been left there. Reportage a year West for the bar. That was the narration. And the videos we saw, maybe it may not be the full video. It's Yahoo. Now, you see a quiet post-mortem. Aboagye. If you do the default, then bomb se chidian point and go point yasi. No man a buff she work pony pebi suma prada be at test ni pebi tribua. Kebe started in Ukra because nipa di bonisha nipa. Mese nyago point yasi. Yasi nyamia yasum le tiasia. Nyago point shan wanum nam na ma di we enye senchire ni manipa. Because atoda Aboagye betumi di atra to so a. Ya beyo nyina e go funu animu ase enso na woni mo hwe nipa penanum nyamunti na me pompa yesu fra me nyankopon se nipa bia odi atro wa asem wa mu no wa osoro pada e beto no me pompa ye esu fra me nyankopon because I am speaking as somebody who has had a past experience. Thank God the win is me bottom a say the ministry ase no everybody would have believed it. Man tu ti ase go be abejedi because many swasi
Mike no
many swasi enti wasusume we were concluding enti so nyanwa he would want to do that. Unfortunately because na me mesukuma na me tenti that guy I've forgotten him but me hunende it's about 23 years ago I can still see him and that's what social media niwa they say nay what you say man what you say na social media ni what say nay newsman he would have done that to me. Ebi ankobe say me life nyina and escape no person ogidi and bibinti. And so cancer omubeka say enye me na nya nokre no.
Okay, so until that experience wash okay si say yes.
Ya make be sin say two. After this reportage yenya ye. A lady no.
Yeah.
I thank her so much for one comment she has made. Say video footage, CCTV camera. We found an innocent recorder without knowing the actions he's taking. So on the video, on him say A and A B. Meboa. Aboagye meboa. Ocha video, on him no ocha. Adebia besi bi anon say wecha. So the video footage of that incident, that 30th January, no, or whatever day it happened, in the whole of West Hills, no, still it is there. The Ayami Dani say, you cannot go and plant the guy where we know video scenario or the BBC na numu no. Aboagye sabe. Me to me nje chinye doctor no se wako ni school ana waye na adwuma. Nambom Aboagye, are you telling me say when him say bag atiefo amutie me mesra mo anidim wakazim bag e yade na ekọ hospital a for the paracetamol guma na watum na agitete no eno no wofra ne zip bag medical zip bag sade no what's baako awoche 8 ana adibisi shema wosusu say eye ndrubone meboa 8 of them. Now watch it in a black polythene bag. He had tied it in a black polythene bag. And that is what he swallowed.
And yes, almost say.
Almost you want your friends. I don't know you want minimum.
No, Niaokano, I'm saying from a report, and yes, almost say.
I don't know you want a minimum.
I would trade for Namino Cassani once, so maybe was said. Now they tested it.
Okay.
And it is confirmed that cannabis. It tested cannabis.
It tested cannabis.
Yeah.
And what you was a Aboagye, sabe. To me, my own thinking. Yanya Jimmy Fo. Na anyambia boy ni minimum motorway. Who di fufu na ucha kwanto amwa keke kra. Peye be first we be him. E asam ketwa. Na waka kira me say. Tema anamia anyambi onam no nim se wo bechi nti why you ready say nkruma gunanum or the betum no wa are you telling us sabi say ya de ntumi nyini yatirim say ya no kwari a nyame hira mo sem ya adwuma pa na nya no kwari a eso so twi bia beka mo say enya no kwari na obi no concoct so a whatever repercussions it is you will receive it in the next month. If you not live to forfeit this, you will receive your punishment. The can say, Aboagye, what's the zip bag? Baku 8. Now I say, why teaching a polythene bag? Now pointing on me. A robber. When you offer so baby years, I go to Niyam Ebini. In soon kahon. To improve kahon. And now no de, na nisi Christian woman, sir. Execute saliva, etumi mo salivate no. And so much say within a short second. Na sabi paracetamol ba kumpo woman. Woman paracetamol ba kumpo. Na sensu nka ho a. Eya easy. Chantesio sabi be puma no wanum. Ase watumi am paracetamol ba ko. Wo ka kire yen say. Anu na wayi. Se no na wayi. Na so no na odi se nanu mampa. Baby a boy no ko be so friends Dominic anaden. Baby akọ bia no. Onu na ne nyame na wonim. Na sembom. Shadrach. Na sembom. Obisu no dia se ho na osusu se yan tu futu guga na fani na yan dia to nche ho ma yan fanti wo bi nanim
medase
woni wiase dia chedi aponyankopon nu bedi
enti o personal experience intina ma woni abresa na
if it had happened to me it can happen to that guy. If it had happened to me, if not for God and nyame and me born inside na me get say why do you want to put something in my pocket aka obi me can be biala obi anjini.
Okay.
Because Aboagye edika wale wani su yahwe dada. Obi anim say wo ye de utumi bonom na wo gina ho na ho kwa wo sa. Na wo to no mo se wo rap. Wo ye say ukobobo so aggressive. Na wo free park ba so a wo shirt gu kwa ho, wo shenika na wo boot. Na wo to no na wo de ba. Everybody would have believed that. Nka ebisi kebia me ko jail. Kenya se nde. Me so ma boni pa binum ma wadu bebe wadu yo. Enti ne kwakwa Ghana foi. Say ya no kwali se boy na no tumi yi adi no me mpa me nua me ka me bisa tempo one me a wan sa adi a choke no when since from no be ka kire say wotumi successfully wo go ne handcuff enti we go ne handcuff adi choke no e di ya wo be say obre na wan so de bibia hye nanu a still a wo go ne handcuff na handcuff no so mu yi fi ni sa na mu ja no ho ma obi a ogina ba bi na ode ko hospital Aboagye nyame wo ho Ochida mpanyankopon ho na ofo ne bo onto ne ntam ane nkira se de wa ye nani ntuai
medase
ya nyina ya de boyefo na mbo bible ne se bone a wo ye tia wala wo ho ebi ne se wala wakọ no mo nsa wala wakọ so wi wala wakọ bo wadwaman wo ye tia wala ho na onyankopon na mbo bone be mo bi ne kra asese wo de ne fa so twe
medase Felix
Kwasi
intiewe asemi
ema na o mo ahwere this year nyina afra emo mu nyina aya ojontwi bo onyu bi osre nyame se obewu a unu no nko boko na ojewu die memma ibin ka kwanhie wu nso die memma ibintu Tanso na obesen abompa ye se police ni nsem uwo paade e ya amema ebi enyede entu Kwasi ya police fo a e wo man we no mo ye adwuma pa na nso mo nidi pa edi mpa o mo nini nyina eye akra ewom eni ye bia omo dan e dia bringing the name of the police service into disrepute. I am more interested in making kind about the police. Almost slogan. Service with integrity. But OSHA's incidents, scenarios, cases, events are ACC most at times. Efa police for no hu nyinara mpempi no na emu oyerem nti no it comes to beg the question say integrity a can't almost service delivery no. One thing as I say police for I did on the man for service or provide a man for a product called security to be our Bible. Did they say any panny a toy drug addict, toy medra, toy den. Omo first call say ni panny Bible dear. Secured. But the Korea say in the course of their operations, omo actions ni omo inactions, suggest say nipa entumi nya Bible. Omo ya de bebre, omo ye niema bebre ya fine. Etimi wie say nipa nya Bible. But ebinum wo hwa wonom ne ye no directly suggest say omo nye ready say the provision of security no be omotias. Because Abrante now we no me share just brief excerpts of video na ekoso online ya media. Time order from all yan e wo form. Nipa twa ne ho ahia o. Hank of Guninsa na all yan wo form.
Yeah.
Any responsible security officer ebe so ni mu apagya no. Any responsible security officer will name say I am providing security. The first thing obey is so ni mu say or pagya no ahwe ne a because
is it because e be say o fake ana?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because you don't know the truth of it or either. Unim ni ewom say o fake. Say o fake because at the end of the day ade say nkom hu ni say so nipa no ohwere ne nkwa ebra oye what do you hank of agu ni nsa no he's in police custody immediately.
Yeah.
Once a hank of good in nsa nko there he is in your custody until you are responsible for his safety and security. Ade biara beto ni bia no as I say ebisa. Until maybe there
I saw at a point minim se uhu because minim the purpose. Brana hank of ni gunu nsa no. I saw this private security guy or buy or then koto jobe CCH. I don't know what
yes.
the
And
purpose.
Minim says Sabre Sani Pan ya inviting you to.
Minim the purpose for which
you get it. Only pan all yan so or the form or press. Once so he is in your custody. Then you stood there and a private security officer at the 9 time be seen in Sunday. And so what was the intention? What is the purpose? There were Maya police service. Almost standard operating procedure. So arrested Obia even away a mrani a constitution. Your first call any so panel the reason why they arrested.
Reading it right. And the purpose.
And the purpose.
For the arrest.
But my way with you. The hank of the begunsa. Is that how he provides security, provides the service? Is that the integrity the Ghana police want to provide? Or IGP? I don't think that is the training you had, and that's the training you want to give to your people.
How
many of the police arrests or make here? Immediately of the arrest, could be all suspects in prison.
Almost set up the standard bureaus.
And what does he do? Then found go through this difficult situation where we in a fiance and you copy babes and answer. Why a summer? Why a funeral? Where are you going to defend yourself? And if you look at the narration in reporter, autopsy reporter, anything can happen. Nippon who you and one at any call, please, a hospital say and autopsy. And your police for now. Autopsy no han na gina ho. Obushani ben na wo ho a he saw say this is what is happening.
Oh sir, no more MC for.
No more MC.
Oh no bushani. According to police.
Ni nankasa ma minister na some what can you say? A police funny even the statement about the say she has been contacted for investigation. On one kasa na numa sem ton enra 7 o'clock news say no police officer had contacted her. They be almost making an inquiry from her. Meanwhile, I'm stating one of my contact. Is that not it? This is when they came out with. And so please, Nipan Kwa, and Yemi, enye mienu. The police is there to protect us. Until nipa even why suspect or any suspect or why den you. Ni bind body there. Ni bind body especially ability to losing the life. There. As I say, paramount, a priority to the Ghana police. As a who ye, that's also person all day if you move back. That's a shemu emu adwam nkrofo doubt to the authenticity of the report. And interestingly, Sani Aminua Benasco, say, I bisa taxi driver for any trotro driver for PIH. Bisa, they will all tell you. Say, the offense he doesn't know what he did. Meanwhile, the police no be incriminating. I find a fault with him, no matter what he does. It's unfair. Justice and security delivery services. Ekobom. Now, justice begins from the time the law enforcement agency or enforce law. That is where justice begins. The court will read a bra judge ni ebe deliver a final judgment. Now, said the beginning of justice. Utieti ankrofo efa ahudie so. Oma enkrofo who say yes, they've received justice. Masa, peace aye pe o manum. Security aye pe o manum. Ebeye thing for us to achieve. So we are pleading with the Ghana police. Say, omudi nyede. They shouldn't add additional things. Here for some kabebi ya babedru idie. Some of these things, ebia anobe brasi kakra. Pra ye kunkun krofo ye nkrofo wu rough for police for nsa. Ye abuse nkrofo right. Ye bro nkrofo ye prepare bi ye tu bi ani de. Anka eto obetwa. If you want to engender trust, there be you can say, oh, let the police be your friend. Let the police be your friend. But say, please be my friend. But mommy, bimbo, now will be kumia. How do you become my friend? These are some of the things that affect provision of security. And Emma bimbo ntimi nko yi. Emma the trust that says citizens in Enya Ghana police munu or munya. So we want the police to position themselves to the extent to say the generality of the public who say this is a service, they really provide their service with integrity. No more to me, I engender the trust. As so munya wa na sanya borders terrorists try hu ahie. Person for re-information, real-time information, intelligence now they are juma when said to me because at the end of the day, they am trust wa ade sesame de bre no. Fair mount the word to me I juma say ubi awode bimbo e de bre me. So we are pleading. Let them work in accordance with their principles, any standards, any accordance to the slogan that they be ebobo cast on ebobo bona omode and amono because your bomb bonene ni omu leave to the public there. Emu oyiram kakra.
Me da say kwaku bremu na mintio saase me kakra bia o se o de beboa.
Yo kwasi me da say. Me say in share that need details. Oh, our case yes. On the banasco ni minua o makabia. I think say aweyi na wo say enipa Ghana police my actions bebre with civilians. Which say unfortunately no much me kun. Na say I was almost by justified the nti omo kun a. Kwan bia so omo finding reasons justify it. Okaya sawase 7 guys ye kun omo afeli e so omo armed robbers. Later compare 2 police for parade and na I say armed robbers need to na police for ankasa too and omo parade here. Aban setting committees here nye compensation here dey amount. You understand? Eti you say abranche bi ono asori anajo okwa kogu nso kakra police for ball ni 210. Yes, so armed robber. Ne man say me ne that dem was so okojo nso. Dey no see armed robber. Say BBS a be justify say the enti am here dey. Omukun. The branch here you see a channel or was you say 1 minute. Tell us aguni yam wo hono me ade. Eti e dey in a man police in the channel in the first place. Oh yeah, dear. Say on nam we keke na police in the chain. Na dear no yeah ma police in the chain. So among for we come experience with the police in a banana school candidate. We is see be free move up. Bibi a show honey a this yeah. Yeah. Private security person edene there. Because to just see a branch. It be na George Floyd. The year and I can't breathe. Yeah, sir. You choke to die. You understand? Now you cover with Yabasu autopsy report. We know many years na kunumuni. I think say enyefe. Say investigation be brave or me I go deep. I go deep. Na on food the entire a branch anyway. I was say on mine here na yeah 1 too many. Police for yeah 1 too many. The boat to Kunko the normal form who did money added. Enyefe. The idea I was say on mine every year. Because if you me account
me ba na ma ba share if you subio me ba be di assembly and MPP for your press conference on. It has to do with NDC National Youth Organizer. Yes.
But I need serious.
That's a big bon one sem. I'm saying carbon. No, you can't this near carbon one sem. Maybe I can't Christian Chuga sem kakra. Nyabutre. Why? Bon remember a chance no aka ho sempa and you need how. My main kind comments kakra na memra na yankwe nim. Lamtekin Rashid says when Ghana needs a solid defender in the Black Stars teams, Blackwa is wasting his talent kicking court document with his legs. Sad nation. That is Lamtekin Rashid Nodi Eno Ebaye. And OPK Patriotic Voices says we cannot discard this utterances from the Swami NDC Youth Organizer as vain talk because he said NDC National Executive is backing them. That's one there. Yawuza Ewa Swami will say the pronouncement made by the NDC Youth Organizer for Swami is the true reflection of what the top hierarchy of NDC conceived to do. Nana Kwame Opasco says, in fact, Honorable Kennedy Japan is the best choice for the NPP party. If truly they are ready and serious to break the 8, simple and short, that Nana Kwame Opasco with that one. Our democracy is not interesting anymore. People talk anyhow, and the party defends them. You boycott court order, and party supports you. That's Labi, East Legon, or Labi from East Legon, Labi, East Legon, or they no Ebai. Alfred said more fire. Alfred, I will shoot. Let me show. Eben, Ewa Kwabinya, or say, what's AG Godfrey Diamond saying about the Auditor General report? What is he saying? That's a question you're asking. Please give us a break and stop wasting our ears. That is one from Eben Kwabinya and Odifri. So, Mami Wadomi, I'll say, let's come together as one country and pray for our brother Christian Achu. May the good Lord save his life. So, for Mami, Edifri Domi and Odibaye. Richard Wama, someone says, why should the NDC disassociate itself from the NDC Youth Organizer of Swami? Richard Harba must be serious for once. Did NPP disassociate itself from Anthony Kabo when he said Afghanistan will happen in Ghana? Richard Amasaman with that one. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Suni. Kwagu, Nisha save you. So, I think so on the 7th of February, yeah. And Pamucho Bibri, Mpacho. Na NDC, National Communication Officer, the statement by so okay. So I say me about to just youth organizer, be a cansem, and ye yabubo be or hanum singer. Almost one can say ye in some more kind of say or kind of tra. But MPP Akasa and Ra or Makasa and opinions you any deputy director of communication who's been Panso Akasa. Sasemi, what didn't you?
Because I think just to say nearby Chrome Hane MPP for social media langas. The BB bar, I'm gonna hear first people on the pursue of social media. Now, I'm a target Ghana police. We Ghana police must arrest.
Somebody almost has 7 almost.
Okay.
Langas,
I'm a social media langas.
Okay.
So, It's almost taggy. Ghana police must look into it. I can name them. Those guys on social media. You know Mudiano. The kai tamwa. You call court. Supreme Court. You call election petition. You know what I'm saying? So control BBC say no abe post to social media. Hey, I say media contempt. Or that mean fan call a Supreme Court. Sa na say MPP for no omo ye den. Omo ye. Na e ma reho pi asem osu bempa na osu bempa be keka no be enye ono Banasco mu nyina ho adwuma Banasco abama NPP ya anye ne deputy communication director obi o free different party eba MPP ya appointing us o medi aban sika kakra no ya conference o me communication director and MPP for core members omgu ho akwasi ono osu bempa na obe kasa no pe tam o mo ye let my vote count onu gina platform so say yen shishi transformers yen to bombo shishi transformers yen making the country ungovernable police if one no sabi ye be to aba in 2012 Samuel Oku was a youth organizer o committee ni mrantie o say mun for wo mafun for money pankuno police if one no Anthony Kabo also, ye recruit two bad boys from Gambia, Yaya Jame and Crawford no money adie. No mo meye basa okromo and kunkum nipa no money adie. Police for anche no. Okoye even member of parliament kotra amrase bedwam kwahye mrama e. No pewu na nkasa na Akufo Addo no. Ono aso be kan bi he. Ye akanfo do prepare ba ko mienu an ye se ye election ye be ko di all die bi da mo nkokona mu na minya power. Enche ye to abawie 2020 ya. Papa you also a president ya dia o Medina we Canada Japan. Banasco na danfo. O say amanfo onko hye Don Mahama, President Mahama ni fie ye hye ne yire ne manyina. Obi a waye president pen. We gina dwam wana so say ye nko hye ne fie hye ne mane ade. Police fo anya den anche Canada Japan because MP before they are above the law. Now share niema we ye ekoso no ne ade na NDC de na ye the power di agropa because ensem hu abinum keka okrom a omfo hu di ye no na branch wa koba bi na o kasa se o udwana num kakra ne ade party abe issue statement say he misspoke now Richard Hiagba aye ne kon nti nra begire TV so ye press conference ye nye say na no na NDC fo aye no ne ade kasi ne nyina ye diversionary tactics. As a bread and butter issue when they are affecting on my year, a month for D. Abenedie. A sika banyaji, I want to mean to your mind, and yes, want to mean to also own to your by force own to your mind. And no person on divert attention to no more fast and some way by. A Ghana police, so dear. MPP, Freo Moa, no more so. The work of Chiru this year. This year, many was studio. My Banasco report to my Ghana police. Maybe we now we just say what can. Yeah, my chimney boss, I begin view as here. Rambo style we a program there ya abandon into a pick up there the police headquarters. Now we end this need ya sa na Ghana police e the year okromo. They say dampare oba end there. Na djuma ne say on me hante for NDC for. And then me no kan honorable Ablakwa. You see a trailing national security guys. Because of what? Cathedral expose ya or software the ye mienu. Ni date of birth ye mienu ni ma menum ye mienu. Ne chain ayi number eye bienu ni ade nyina ono ene na samu abanti honorable Ablakwa MP member of parliament national security for di na chi epe na ha me no eno na ekoso okromu a so that they say ye wo two citizens e okromu as o ye MPP ni a wo kan samu ado ye den utimi fa ho di na ye ndisi ni wa no kopa kakra de say hey echewo ye say the branch ne meko kogina court ene party say I issue statement that condemn say the be ko bia no the general branch na chi ni the court beka akwasi ye wo krom ha MPP for e ko train national security or a rep or Ashanti region if in office ye do mo ko court a judge o si adwam mra a wanyimu mranche ko to she court isu e ko free o mo crofo na ya chi o mo no e de na ye o mo krom ha they finding on 18,008 each. Omo abekan say wo mo kokko to kra na ya kire on. Say ni e found on teacher ma want to me this kana show on sa na mo de call. Judges any party for no adi asem no wo edam ansa na omo de ba court. No na ekoso ha. It's in Nana Akufo-Addo unpacking the court. So that's it. And then high court judges, you appointed in 20. Obeko, there be or your appointment was judiciary from high court, appeals court, Supreme Court. Because Assembly now we end this in Kwan the any, you better, you do batum, and I see a baby afa. A MPP need ya, you better be the docket not to why you are near free assembly. Nana Akufo-Addo about your mind. Now your mind saying, that's Obisu being your power. What do you want the person to do? Near Coson and your fair. Near Air Cosu Kromwana and your fair.
Okay. May that say, Felix, I mean, Jika.
Well, of course, for that, and yes, now tear jump. Pana, I am saying, because of say, oh, you interviewed it, I am compelled to listen because I knew say, in your day, I would hear, would any part back with Shabby Bia, on one over who say, yeah, okay, can in some or yen. No doubt, no doubt. A brand here. Now was one to organize. Anuapa. Anuafum. When you see Kasayan. Bankas. Obi biara what a reasonable mind. Ebe catcher was. Election our Ghana has said a contest of ideas. A contest of ideas. And I mean also count near man for no say no na yen fine ye juma na oma. But unim of course ye man mu aye we no. I mean I say we are so much divided to the extent to say when it comes to political activity yen say ye nua. Ya be na ask to menena Menina Didibom ye bibi abo. But a group political activities, group baby. Now all people in the other side, no, they are bad. And all people in my part, they are the supremo. Omu the best. Omu be in me. Overgoing. Yeah. Kasa bi abrantia na asem okan ne nye. Na me kan dia besi so say obi fum kuma obi nso mfum enye den ndwa. Ye wo obroni kasa bi o kan no dialectic e wo literature mu. Na eno no utimi kan in several utimi use several means e de ye. Betimi aye symbol. Betimi aye abebuo. Betimi aye science bi a obeye. Betimi aye even utonation. Any west kwa use nkwa kra no. Ya mete nchen. Betimi a conclude say we are more violent than nipa na. Oba openly eba be declare the 2024 election be ready for violence. Or aspirations are what casting kwa. Or insinuations are what can kwa. Now, asema bani ye kan obi asem wan kasa ye as ye kra emra ye adwuma. Emra any a place for and any bedi. And one is some come over frame amaka say oh, na say nipa ne de waka na asem wafom mra, mra ne ni. Emra ne nadi ni ekwa yanim. But esan say nipa ni me mafa. Na me pese me hu se me ma wiase te se me nkrofo de wo mu ye perfect om ho te ni adinti ne ma ba be gina ho na me ka me gina na me ka se tabufuo ba na adwo a na obi apoma twede ahye ne ntoma mu I'm inciting violence. What do I mean? Bibu besa, what do I mean? Of course. abufuo ba na joa no bia poma twede de ahye ne ntuma mu. It means you are also prepared to go and fight. Any senior donation amede beka. Any senior amede Benasco na akwaka na asem na enye. Yes, our group mu. Why must I look at Benasco? The maka say Odi ora honorable Canadian Japan achintie Canadian Japan na asoma na so na me. Of course. Without evidence, nothing. Minim she owura Canadian Japan teni baby. Onim she Benasco kanasam. Because of say odi owura Canadian Japan, o can be bia kire me amese me. Please, are we trying to build a nation? Are we trying to build a nation? Benasco na from wasa wa from umra. Wana hwema mra ye adwuma e wo ho. Momfa enhye no se ni kuwa odom fo se ni a oyeye no enye ne kwanse no be condemn a o ma condemn ofo se eye na se o mo be foa no so a o ma foa no so se wonom so foa no so na mra ne o mbedi a ya ma mra fa. It's as simple as that. Why can't we make governance and rule of law simple for ourselves? Again, because of politics, because of your personal.
I say ultimate responsibility rests on the leader.
The ultimate responsibility rests on the leader on what basis? It must have some nexus. There must be some linkage. There must be. We are all going into a contest. The leader, yes, or a leader, or but what is the kind of posture a be a leader and so I repose for us all? As we buy. As a group, no, we will also look at our posture. I mean, my mechanism. Obi from Kuma, Obi Nyade, Obi from Ya. So, a branch in a casam na ya. Maybe could you baby and now, and when we are violent, and maybe they mean violent. The way our donation how they can and it talks, it tell the general public say you are more violent than them. A baby who do a who calling people names. Calling people names. I've listened to their commentaries. Metie MPP for press statement. Amode buy. Me ready NDC for also comment. Any statement are amode yade. Many are it here in some our Kenya and obi ye say na we kwa hana we fa ha. Yes, all in the ecosystem. Any ecosystem. Kana na na person ye born and answer. This year Abuja Bumba he fa na ye fa.
Genesis.
Yete po anu. Yakasi ebe kono fa Burkina Faso jihadist twen. Yakasi ye ko Santa epo o shin ni na da animu no. Animu na ebe koto. Enu ebe ti adware.
Adware swimming.
So please. Baby ya ba bedu no, ye ma ye ani. Ahoche na ye womu no a ewiemu aye hye no. Enu na sese ye dwene ho kwa ebe fa so ebe den ebe tete ye ho. Na ebe tete ye ho a. Ta de we the first leadership and yes na identity ho ye ho to ye economy no mu a enye ntokwa ne divisions. We can come together as a nation near the kwan ye befa so a ye bedi ye ho.
Okay.
Na say oman tete ne pai na bogu ye three so a you live and we will all know where you be.
Eda si Felix Mante, mamin ko Benasco na minti ono so adwenche Benasco. Sa asimi abe MPP akasa NDC akasa.
Yeah. As my dog kakra my voice na ko kakra.
We susa. Ususu. Abotre ma ya ko shedding. Why?
Minim no.
That's unim ni kura unua no.
You see?
It doesn't matter say unim na unim no.
Me no nyese bia.
Unua no. Timeto.
Atu nipa na ama makaka ise Boagye se nkanyame anya madom na asema mekan e de fa so na tempinten odikumi a nka the only thing would have been that the coaching will be base and I say na oshiwi na meche no emi boa kami dumi enya hwe ena ma me raho enye se bibia ena ma me raho pa boss nka something would have been put on me.
But I don't have time.
And nice
we have one more topic in Pacho. Yeah. But Udi Adrian de Chia Befi Sufra. Pacho.
Inti atiefo mfancheme.
Yeah.
Mse makoma kosoro. Atiefo mfancheme but me dey see dey metumi aya na se e be pompa ya akwanchene. Ade we dey nyame ma hu nsankyere nsi. Na ma nipa ensakra nsuro nyame. Eya dos. Aboagye asema wo dey ato no. Yesi nipa unya se wo sakra wa brabo ene woni ye. Na ewiase afanan ende kankan abefo ntintan fidi ayeti so yi. Ye be free wano ato ende bia ochena ye de back ball nkaye. Minua mante efa line am pese mi to on this subject matter. Me metena ha enka se ye radio Dramani Mahama sebe asem okokan ye ewo voter region. E ba na tutura asem a NDC for de ye di mu atintiman na ye no ye de basabasa ye ene mojahwegu na ede ye party nti ye nim etutura asem di eno ne mbe ye fapem asem am de beka ebia ye nkai bom afoforo ebio ya ye mampani eka asem bi a eya na NDC for kan no mo agya wom se pami se fa kan wa wo bra pani bisa no e wo Peace FM senti asem a oka se order bi dai no tela order sugina ho oka se the contest a oka sa asem no wan susu se beba be ya asem a beba betese mana yesei na given the opportunity Alex me gidi se oka sa asem no he wouldn't have made that comment given the opportunity obi ka sa na kire se de meka ye no itumi hu se ma adwi mu na nka me mbu bone me kan se me ama kan se bi se wo fi se wonkwa na oye bema oye bema me sum ye bema e betumi de asiani ana pani bi agina chen ka chem se da bi banasko men kasa enipa bu eskuma wotie nipa dodo na eni se wo ya branti a wodi wu bo ho mode wo pɛ wo asem nti so obi de basabasa ye hia wa emfa bi hia no god nipa dodo no be bi sese oh osimesi ampa na oyesi nti nanado e kan sa asem no e ma yenwu the kind of person he is ebio ebetumi akese ni papi yake kansem ya anya wo mohwe mi ami nua Nasiru last one can say me I sent him a message say Nasiru wo ye mi nua men kasa sa e wo mse wakoma akosoro but you say ye be kum nipa kra dey protect democracy what show say wo koku nipa no you will survive ana man kan ye wo na why security wo na opie di wo security wo say ye be ku nipa kra dey protect democracy what shows say wo na wo su koku obi dey protecting you will not be the first person to die what shows you are not safe yourself and then actually say wo na wo ni metu trasema ho odinti wo baba na sko so a funny emzo obi ka say me opema sempa but ye ya manyo kra na mde nyamesem ne nti primaries no to mami a face and this for boot na me say there be jacksa me face you with ideas ekopa with wisdom with intelligence and with humility and then tokwa the president kufu asemo kan na me di so onwini e fanipa bitifie no kasa bokoboko pe esi obuade o se ezuboni odi no ye meka ne se ebinim akabie betwam na asamba akwa dan nyina me ka kire me student ne se Ghana be yi a atese ye ma obia de ono ankasa ye no ofa ho asudie until every Ghanaian become responsible for his or her action the nation will never develop. Mark it and write it anywhere. That is my philosophical statement for 2023. Until every Ghanaian become responsible for his or her own action, the country will never develop. I didn't know Mekasa. Oh, there be 3 minutes. Mekasa because Adebia Besibiano. Mr. Abranche, we upa me emprenko to NDC MPP so as a MPP ni lawyer say call MPC call Kofiama boa meboa sosu any mame no wo uni values wan no nya NDC jomro adenji na meti ha meti because oye nipa anu na di kane etosu mienu ni ato no it can happen to me, it can happen to you. You say yo ya ni eja politicization the Abranche ne kan ye no crazy ni
Yakwe yanim. Aboagye obi aka bi nti me so meka bi ana. Na ne yede kyekere man. Premprenso ayedi. Me de adesrede na mesre embebunu. Minim so hini bi won off na asem ne say. Se wo koto sa branche ni tuku a na ne ma na egu atwemu ko because onye serious. Se ohini no metumi atu no e ma ofa se me kwa na me hwe no. O ka kire mma de akọ odwa nanum e de akọpẹ ba. Na mo wo koto so ne mbema se ba bi ye huhu we ibitu no ye se bra be ka kire me because opeboni adi. De me ke kosi ni se abranche no bebia na ogina ne oka. Ebetumi aba se indeed because of say we hu ni penti oka ama na ye but you see oka no wodem woni pampempem anti o obegina abonte esan ye ni interview no obetim nkese me ye obebu na me ya manyosemi dako ebia no ma no akopa will I call for my head to be hanged? No.
And that's going to purchase
statement o make ye no e statement ehu
me da se basi
mama ye nyinara no ye nkese pemprenso ye dui obi ya ade a ye ma na tembuo a wo se ye de ma no ye mfa ma no dance ye very fair osimesi ye sei obinti ye sei we ye sei se sa ne be ya 20 years to come 10 years to come bana hini nam ne baby ana mekosi ni sum ye nya aka pe makeso ye ndi siniti na misi ne sum political matter
all right me da se banasio
mama fa manusi eno no ebe ma be akoye entoko a emboa ye be sere NDC mpenifo and I think that the state member Sami Jemfi I would say is good. I commend the Ghana Police Service to say omo akotu omo no mo eye say we are the papa be bo abaso.
Okay, that's it.
But this kind of statement ebia me kan no me tita for be fa netra. Say oh honorable the wakana contest. What so kan unim ne obi odi wachi be fa no. Nti besre. O me hwe ya no kasa yi.
Me da se. So me back now we just move on straight into Banahini ne favorite topic and the domestic debt exchange program. Domestic debt exchange program. Now my shall say few. But my main kind comment in the week kakra Masandiaba. One here from Tomla Ewaman Kraso. Say this recklessly super incompetent Nana Baumia government deserves no sacrifice from the impoverished Ghanaians and bondholders. Nana Akufo-Addo could have avoided this economic mess if he had downsized the government. And that one was from Tomla Odifriman Kraso and Odibaye. See why people claim that Ghana is a joke when it comes to democracy. Ras Mubarak wouldn't grant that interview on LBC or BBC radio in the UK. A former member of parliament, that is Asante, or UK NOD Ebai. Mama G. Kaswa says, I commend Ghana Police for the swift response to arrest Swami NDC youth organizer for the unfortunate comment made by him. The law is working under Nana Baumia government. I text us to sometimes. Yeah, do. Correct score, Zachariah Sunyan says, you see, Nana had incompetent MPP supported by misleading economist Baumia. And they've done the dishonorable and nefariously hypocritical or innocent Ghanaians. Correct score. His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Baumia, is the only best choice that can lead us to victory 2024 election. I believe from Nungwa. But Chinamen saying the same thing, but I believe. Mistake wonder in Suama Dreji. The treacherous, corrupt Nana Baumia led government is the most disastrous ever seen in this fourth republic. Mistake wonder. And I'll say, Odiano, Diabe. Studio no hanum saying, and pinform me and sound hanum say me ba na yakoye domestic debt exchange program no. Felix Mante of PPP Director of Communications and Kweko Subanahini, communication team member of the NDC, and Banasco Amponansa. Communication team member of the New Patriotic Party. So, domestic debt exchange program. Ebi ababe dui. Intio. Baku.
Yo, kwasi medase.
Yo, oba no achuro note. Ose obeka unko obeka.
Me ba me fa.
Memfi no, baku memfi no. Ono oba ode bai no.
Encyclopedia.
Oh.
Ebi o, ade a affect do no their livelihood. Say kwasi Ready, me papa year away. Me papa call pension at the age of 60. And now auto bond ni. You ga cry. Because this was a fair. You see, kind of we have to say 15 years. Sana. On one case, ni sika na ode kwaye bond.
That's why I revise no.
Oh. Kind of we have to you be o cancer ma ojidi.
Oh, but radio show kasa no say will be that's we general see 15 years.
So me see kind of we have to answer mo waka okromu wa bebre ojidi. Mami ma example in July 2020.
No, I'm saying that let's state the correct fact for it here for.
Can you Furiata say
it is not 15 years or say or the above 5 years.
It will be dire to go to IMF.
And to in Americano.
February 2023 or say it will be dire if we don't go to IMF. The same person. You know Furiata ya someone mami can emfa bibi nchiro. Domestic debt exchange. Or starting in December 19th, so on my deadline, say young man sign. It drew 19th was my shift call on the 30th of December. Yaba 18th January. Yaba 31st January. Yaba 7th February. I feel there was some move called 10th February. Every day on shifty go post.
That one person be signing.
Now, why name sign? Because enti enkokrafone emrewafo adabria omokoye demonstration on Ministry of Finance because enti omohonye and if we are mobile, I'm a crime in the same. So, I'm doing musica coto buying bond.
Boy, I mean, I'm in wow.
And if we are to assassin of a kind, Nisika now obey finance minister when you be baby or hormonal. Bond or what one, the company and yes, can be baby on for Bimra. And only one on Famo Ghana. No. And ya Indiana, India Cocoto, I buy bond on the Obabefa. Oba, I was 159 million a cities. Bond on Kwa Waton. A home for Swat data bank Kenya. I don't know home for Bima. And mammy and find your man. Yemo mimi, dear na mimi di misika kwa kotoa, you say. I buy a bond of the air is free no. And no na failure over be hold on say, we economy no what's hellingty. One fine ya. Over the economy no be crashing. But see, and if we after air black Mary Ghanaian say, or chile say ya one fat bond to sika no economy no ebe crash oboa. And ya dear no correct. As a budget 2023, a woman said this year or Baba spending at 140 billion cedis for infrastructure. Bond on this can less than 20 billion. Janet, I won't cut down your infrastructure agenda. Now for 20 billion into Ayaka. Wabe catch as a young Indian Sikana while you should the economy be crashing. And some who say now the DA, Amen and Penifua and go back to the Fibico Hospital. No money idea, I'm about to fear near the end. Almost I know the Ministry of Finance because of what? And net Attorney General, actual Commodity General say, oh yeah, wrong with so publishing COVID-19 expenditure. The Katasumu Mwaso Abanwe yes, na yes sounded the alarm bells. Actually, say, and Crofoi, Sika Omuia, any borrowing bebrebeno, a better economy na say ya MONTIE, and on the net, that honor. And the Attorney General saw Auditor General. COVID-19 expenditure the Babontino, and who here Wakutu a article one near the end can you also publish it. But it's one I buy with you. I'll be a BBA on person Mokataso. And now we expenditure cry, give me platform cry, they don't want to pass on. No, my yen is sumase. It will call IMF say you need below the line item BR. If you sign no hydro deal, extra bond no a Dutch bond near the Fakahon. And they end up to GDP is a almost 110%. Aden. A buy phone say Ubaya. Uber to 120 billion debt. Also won't be that. And now they do 575 billion. That 56% to GDP. Now also won't be that. Uber and ne work 100%. Then you boom and the inflation ya 54.1 as at I think December. January, the by 57-58%. Then you get 100 cities here, scanner, I can't 42 cities. And then now we economy say, because February, electricity, you are 30%. Meanwhile, November, you are 27%. A branch be a lawyer, throw on the Facebook for total electricity, 200 cities. Now you are saying 120, I can't 80 cities. And then, yeah, dear, Sika better bond, and on the B. Ye nyade to adro enu nye bi tua ye ma school fee enu bi de tua ye rent no. Pasan se tax ye gu ye so Wa wo se bond no wuntua. Eti taxes na wasan sagu yeso ye confess ka wan ye tua. Ene kwasi be buy na ye kan ai port charges anameboa. They increasing by 15%. VAT cost why by 2.5%. Just say I want you na ye more or mine no who need briefing space. It's a ne ufa baby a near the abo. Oh, gone too soon. A branch 27 no wu. Obi wa no akoshe ne ho ahoma. Osibi ntimi ntena wi ase ne wu. Ateti say ye to abamo aban say omra na omeye omanfo ye ho han ye omeye eniema abemo omanfo na di yie. Ni emfa ahokire ma megu omanfo so because of your decision. Because of your decisions. Han near wo COVID ye call lockdown 3 weeks. And if we have to catch us at the inquiry spending 53 million Ghana cedis. And the auditor general's report to buy say 12 million and they spend a year. Why? Why do we do this to our? Tika yenya close to 30 billion. Within that a period of COVID though. It do be catch us say COVID the more my esika samaya yanacha atrocity na wuja. We benefited from even COVID. Yenya sika to the sense say yakotua sika $81 million yakoma a vaccine for yes vaccine yenya yempe sika na so yesi yempe monfa ambulance yetua $4 million 26 ambulance ajimamanu say sika media cha monfa awo yo man sika sem say ya na so man say ya na so me ka che yen sika na area to bond no na wo be he e ayo man no Ibeti say military government only two confiscate amount for. And that minimum say civilian government so can you spend to confiscate financial assets under Akufo-Addo. Ye koka kenofo ni ma minua ho yinedi wa MPs party for no why meeting ni ade ase yi papa ye di omo ne homode wa say economy no every day the economy is going down the tubes and so kenofo go so ti ho. And the rebel leader, Brian Champion, me MPOD, and we are sorting. A Greek minister designate. It's in one echo once in the Kaya will catch Chinese movie, Yatamano, Yadenico trade. Pamrata Hero, KT Hammond, merchant of Adanse, or cotton a dress ship. Ye call Sensa, I no scatter Bibia, Yawadono, Yadenico trade minister. It's Yene, why never can somebody be Mama Ghana? Everyone is sorted.
So, Mamifa, we frame him. Just as you just referred to, now you can't about poor charges, and what we said was that we saw something on Facebook, but we've not cross-checked it, and just checking online, me who baby I say be on my increase, anyway. So.
Oh, I am yeah, increasing, yeah, increasing by 15%. Yeah, increasing by 50%. I take effect. Now what budget in him? So that the question, it's the cost of Mamuhalo. I buy way ya buy. Yeah, buy phone. I buy a magana for one actually. Yes, 50%. I said fees and charges. How many buy? So now you can't in we are obviously we are going to break the 8 again. And the former communication director of FPP, Aboagye Samoa, honorable. Or say the MPP say Amubaton Baumia, and say Yafa Prakunam, Egu Pamuni in number. Zongo community say you turn prakunam, nobody will buy. As Dr. Baumia as head of economic management team under him, and as a kawe na and near my economy I collapse. And then you IMF, you patch out say $3 billion, and the bit man savage this economy. I got $3 billion you cry for my crop in 3 tranches, $1 billion every year. Tika wanya, one kasa wanya, 575 billion a cities. What do you say no? Na 3 billion in 3 years na be yoday. Aban we. Matrama kwa aban. Ye tam sika, ne dia kotu amra, ye say dam. Ye tam sika, ne dia kotu an ambulance. Wo ya rekwa na unisika wa wo de beto diesel go ambulance ma ye ntimi fa won.
Me da say.
E ti akosi dia be kan say. Aban wo sika obetuma tua bond no, domestic bond holders ni sika na amaye. Oboa. O ntimi nkan kire say o tua economy no be crash. That expenditure now why say obey this
year. On the 6th year.
Cut it down the expenditure.
On the 6th year until more dear mature MCC MTM mom. And then so cry.
And you cocoa bill deal.
Nyabutre and I say a bank cry say in a bear mature this year so almost about 31 billion. Ni na so ntimi ntia.
Okay? And then and over here tankasani data bank. mature letter kwa common institution say obi a wato data bank fund na yi pack money ade then on the cash school fees ya yentimi ntu ya moma na extension man. How can you run economy like this?
Me that's it. Mama Felix. Yes, sir.
It's not funny anymore. Because now can see bills are mature, new bonds are hold mature na finally this year 30. And I'm young washing. It's not funny anymore. Me be some whole question back. Is it so bad like
over 31 billion Ghana cedis of bonds to be restructured will mature this year.
Maybe say as the economy
research director the abeto say Bank of Ghana at 40 billion cedis e dey about aban we besia. Aban so ntimi 20 or convert it into bonds of Bank of Ghana.
Yes. Of course.
That's a sad reality.
Because me bisa say
I'm 16 minutes old.
Mama Felix in Casa.
Of course, me bisa say.
Moya me head mo. Me head.
Nakeka o mo ka ho.
Yeah.
Of course, me bisa say is it a situation ya oman no yenya sika bio. Enu nti na akowie sa anase dey. Have you come to a standstill? Nasa de bia ejeto. No, sometimes I may be some who those questions. So, economy no, a must stand still. No, why is it that all these things are happening?
When him the percentage of sika yenya no, near the triaka. Ntiano hun komo ne di.
Na make us ne di tuaka na ban person odi ne di tuaka na be tuaka. E dey no the person odi sika ne koye. Ogun ba bia me fi ameba no. Ne ya ye di tuaka no. Aban pese odi sai sika ne e be ko. Me ka dey say in the space say wo hwe aban budget odi ba this year ya. Na he revenue aye be generate ya. Ye be dino deficit of about 67 billion no. And then I buy in time free so. And then I buy in kase. Me try me quote according to my size.
Tiano musio chope. Nfensi onjine okay.
Na mom no sika kakra na beba no fa bo ho bra. Rather than say obe prayer say wo di abro ne a wunya. Eno na afose ye me ekone a ye koyi o. The IMF ewo debt management guidelines. Yeah, a war. Omodia to say countries, ni states, ni a buyer who do bet to me follow, no matter me manage your debt. Say ya decano, and your boy will be at me deca. And can you from so say, Yakoji, Sikabo, Bissiani, the IBB or mine? Abiani, Sikadi Cocoye, no, I'm far for so diamba. I may can say, and run a meeting, Abna. Honorable Abner say Asare say almost 50% of
participation.
Amika say debt exchange program abeka the number of failed government policies ayenya since 2017 ababeka levy faili NAPCO efeli planting for food and jobs afeli poto planting for export and rearing for export afeli poto forest restoration whatever poto afeli galamsey fight afeli poto now we say a debt exchange to manage your debt and so and also afeli poto denti na afeli poto denti na man from person be participate other countries some try some year debt exchange they had 99% 100% participation previous years and in Ghana nko say because you be about be our bank. When I say one walk about be our bank, na say be a want to me meet you revenue meet you payment schedule na wo hono. Now of course when the bank ni ko negotiate ya. Under normal circumstances ni procedures, terms of the loan now we no bank no esesa e ko wies at the end of the day no utua bi ka ho because either say back extend it so first either say wo debt no wo sika bi wo de ba kotua ne bum no ho aton ana say wo the collateral si e kana no wo loan na no nti wo beton collateral no na ade akwa kotua e ka no na ni bank na ade ne kana mfa awon kokot amo kamo ana say wo be kwa ko hu nipa na wo de ne ka no bank na ade ne de ne ka no waka chen say senti economy ntimi ntua ntimi ntua nsa ne ese metua ne nti no me pesa wo ne me ye nhyehyɛ foforo ne matumi aye den meet requirement no enu bi pepe na ban we pesa o take but in the case of this government dear who ba man for her say yen sika no ntimi ntua nti mo ma me new schedule no sika na me de ma no wo se so ate ntua ne se ne eze otua no sika ne so bete me nsanka ne sika ne so ate ne sika na lusu ne value. The sun says he can be losing the value ninety. Nanka senka interest no cry cost no so and no so interest no san above 10% in your kaka. Is that fair? Don't you think the approach now what taking no ninety and conform person be participate? Oh, who said near person or the man package now the man for no and you're lucrative and you're insightful. It doesn't encourage anybody to help you revive the economy. Economy awa no managing mismanaging no edi akwa competent people e wo ho a odi on beko education akwa manage education ahwe SHS so amana yeye na school educationist
okay
akwa fa obi so onko communication wo hodom ihu anka ono ye competent enough to go and manage the place well obeboa ma education minister tumi aye na adwuma enwunya wa adwuma be adwuma ma failing e poto no hu ana Potonu who and I did you let's face fact. Mr. One kasa me kasa kan wanu tum. So ultimate kana ye kan so a won kan wanu tum.
Men kan to no so.
Men kan hwe to no so me say.
On ba ko twena boss so nti jai.
On boss wo me say. Wo ye free SHS secretariat AC hono no. And I will fa teacher ni a wo ye competent enough when ni madwuma ni so say kona kwhwe so a te say benasco a anko betumi aye adwuma ni ye. Am free SHS problem say wo problem yi nyina no. Otimi ahama
wo de ye ne sie no am fa asem ama no
asem aye kan ye say we have the men no the real has been sidelined and the incompetent people are in place and omo mismanaging niema and e boy yenka ya can over and over say let the president at this point in time can for that when who finances ni manage ye because it's not his field, he doesn't know it. By all records, by every record I dab on team Biarano. Every policy implemented, monetary policy, fiscal policy, whatever. Monetary policy, a free Bank of Ghana. Can you forget Bank of Ghana win? So monetary policy, fiscal policy, I would buy yinara. Every day inflation cost. Bank of Ghana also said we increase policy rate. Sana would na mwa echa sika e de finance abang. Now, just get financial ban inflation here for the back. So please, where we have gotten to know, a buying bond exchange program here all year, and Kenya bonnet, and Kenya from so. But send here why general any procedure, any method, or my what taking package now, model now, or implementing. It will fail and it will fail again. It will. So please, go back to the drawing board. One person managing and debt in here. IMF models papa they will get the buy-in of people. Everybody will follow on it. That revive the economy. But first of all, one more for the attention.
Banasco, into you.
Abaji. Yes, okay, sir, I'm Mitchell. Abaji. Medasi biem emze edikan minu anoma kapi ene dia omo madwon be kire wo ara so na me say edikan no me mebo eye bondholders individual bondholders say omo nte ensem bi ase no omo apre ntiremu na masen abo eye asofo mpani for ene omo ka hu nyina omo kire adwen say ebeya aban no man nkitamudie no enko so enchen nia ekọ so kane Aboagye me gitum se Ghana ye nyina ye pe oman yi bia ni wo pese oman no ehwe ase dara so na se ye se konfo bone etena oman mu no hye nkombone a man ne bo a ebika no nti mengi ndi se wo mo mu tie mu nyina no eye wo mo mo pe oman no ebone mu me antibako so okọ pension next week oye nya BP kura boss de nyina no odwe ho se mi sika kakra me de aye se de be ya me kọ pension metumi adidi ho esiem fam me kyerɛkyerɛ ni mu a no wanya ne ho ntiase se ade no kura sa enye saa na tie but okotie wo baby fufuro so no tie se de a inu aba na hene mu etugum ya sisi ayi 15% ya ye free ho any years ya ye te so nyina no tela no ono de on pese obeti ne de opese obeka na no ka no a ema eye nipa akoma hyehye na nsu ni nyina mu no de emani gini se aban a otie amanfo asem na se bibi tochima na amanfo ka otumi ye ho nsakraye ema nipa no nya areto papa na se akoma pa didi achirinti ose de muka nyina matie nti mase akyerɛ me nkwa baa mu sɛ mo a mo wɔ adwenkyerɛ nyina no afi mo mbra mbɛkyerɛ edi kan me gidi sɛ party ne mu mpanifo edi kan aka sɛ nkitahudie bi no ahyɛseɛ no ankɔsɛ de sɛ na me nua Felix eka asɛm bi na I think I side with him over 1000%. Sɛ uma minya me ho ntiase anse watu anamon a ɛyɛ a ne nkyerɛkyerɛ mu no ɛnyɛ den uma minya me ho ntiase anse watu anamon a ɛma ne nkyerɛkyerɛ mu no ɛnyɛ den mamenka ebi na tie bi sɛ enra me third born before yaba na ɛne birthday 10th birthday nso mu na me ma de atwimi enti anopa no beko school na nam ka kyɛn sɛ efo ane de mintumi mfa wo nkɔ shopping mall isen sɛ wo papa ma yɛhye nti wo de me srɛ wa me yɛfa nkɔ hye Sunday. Oh no, I'm doing something. What about something? Felix knows that's why. Oh, enti
Felix, where's where you dancing you? When time,
oh yeah, PhD, young can no man for it. You see, Casam Wunya.
Oh, they're sir. But and right now, but
I said about to meet you.
What did you say about the
No. It's the presentation I'm going to do. Will be done by Kufa. No, it will be done by me, and that was the reason why I'm not my an operation BBC, the Man Development Committee, my chairman, Dr. Francis, my friend, the player say, hey, no secretary, I want bar. The meeting, I want that meeting, grandma. Because I'm what? And he said, Doctor, he did that.
Or since assembly, your problem. Or since the presentation.
I'm not saying I have money than any other person, but the point is that the reason why I'm a mean to me problem. Because me go Dr. Lily Besheme. I say me weird man man. I say me weird school the management yaman. That's just on the lighter note. It won. Me church no musa no. Me money nyina me third born no make me gas on tia asem. Who can open it? O make me gas say I'm your senior auntie. Give me what I want. Me auntie penny am tran Malizi yaba e wote committee for Malizi mi cha. Onjo kaswa on there me I say me sro nti o kape o say me here. But me church mu no onyan ho nti ase me ndram pa wonko ba bia no onyan ho nti ase say dad me akɔhye Sunday. That is to say that negotiations ni nsɛm ya wɔsɛnka ni amanfo ka no ahyɛse no ansɛ da nko yi ya dia ya dia ho akyɛw pa ne ho kasa ana ma that's why we are all here enyo no nkwaso no ya ba ye man pani obi aka ho nti yɛsrɛ sɛ yɛbɛsrɛ Ghana fo ɛwɔ mu sɛ hyehyɛ na yɛ bana no odin but ɛbɛyɛ sɛ wobɛkyiri wo yɛmu kɔm nnɛ na wadi kyɛfo wɔkyena dan sɛ wobɛdi soɔsoɔ kakra na wɔkyena kɔm akyɛw Felix mame kasa wokasa na mekyerɛ you can write get my pen nti deɛ meka no masrɛ ne sɛ aban no ne nipa dodoɔ no anya nteaseɛ ɛma pii naa no akɔsan but the question is ɔmo akɔsan no ɔmo na ɔmo kita the large chunks ana if those with 10,000, 2,000, 3,000 are the ones signing. No more mukita 50,000, 100,000. No say yes, I am. Still not the issue.
But since you cook, and I say,
Enti you best Ghana for. Say
sɛ aban na yi mu aka no mu nokorɛ sɛ wɔmboa me saa kwan yi so a ɛbɛha adwene deɛ a na nka ɛbɛyɛ sɛ yɛn nyinaa no yɛbɛtena ase but me my joy and it's we are expanding the deliberation and consultations in a year to a larger extent and then ebe mo bia de na adwen beba so afinti ase ne ba asa aboagye me de wo ka bia obetumi de acha me depending on how I approach the car me de wo no ebo ebi so begye because of how I meye me
yeah
enti mesere so biom se afotuo a aban ne de ama anase nipa pempem de ama se ye nyina ya na mo tuo mu ye ndi ye mu ye bibia mu ye hwe no ni nyina so ye beye anope me ba me fo bi wo achimota me say achimota gempa be police ni fantastic police ni gina no me fa obi wo eba omuka asemia no obi di car nwu no be pa ye ho papa yi nim obi amama ne laptop man na so a mudi san kwase asemu ewi a mu wi amosi yan fi esika mrem MPP we say me kan no mu owi yo hu say MPP ade say mu no no o ga say o kan hu o di abade o mu ye na agufu obi ka nwu no e debt exchange nti ye be sre Ghana fo ye wa kwanya say yetumi ye nyina ebobo ye ho ma enoma no atuto yie sika ekon ne aba nyina no anya hwe kwa no aban enepa odi ye no ye nyina ye hu yesuku nkola ye omunya ho mfasode eboa akwanya aban ye I can say me akwan echin MPP aban na na do kwakufu ado da me kwa ye nye yo ye be yo de me nye me no free sa me kan me kwan we odo bi dwes kuma ye nye
Famcho yampon
enti ne me sire bio say sa program yi ade a ye mfa na ho gro so e ade a nipa pempem na e ka wom unim se me tie me kan wana se me nka busuani bi kan wana me busuani bi kan because banks egugu ye me ka kire wo me papa bi ni sunu ne ya okra de ya na etwa me sunu na ne sika Gold Coast security enu gu ya hye kakra na owo so na ode koye bond enu so na sisi ane sanka papa no da bi
all right
but
monsieur moi
entire mo abey ya cha opa na ye de kasa dey ejiri se Ghana fo nyino bi abekwa kwokire na adwene ye nyina enya abotre ama yetu anamon no se de
enya ya manfo be ye ne ye omo ye ne mo omo ni gidie se omo ya ochena omo nsa beka mo sika omo ni sa gidie ni bi
omo nya gidie
that is the problem
for you be a okase obeya
menya nke beto asobata bre no we de ekọ
ono be do ono afiri aben
menya sa akode
ye
Church of Pentecost Rabbi Assembly here presiding ya no so tie me sa akode mentumi amba
medasi
na atimpimhene Obrema traditional area na kwafu isa ntawasi biom e wo de waya mame
medasi
medasi